Kia ora koutou katoa, and welcome to the Community Resilience and Sustainability Committee for March. I will ask the Deputy Mayor to open with karakia.
Tēnā koe, Madam Chair, o te rā tēnā koutou katoa. Tū tawa mai I runga, tū tawa mai I raro, tū tawa mai I roto, tū tawa mai I waho. Kia tau ai te Māori tū, te Māori ora, ki te katoa, haumi e, hui e, tae ki e. Tēnā koutou. Kia ora, Madam Chair.
Kia ora, and thank you for that. So welcome to the meeting. I will just explain a few bits of housekeeping before we get started. The meeting is being recorded and will be live streamed on the Council's YouTube channel. Health and safety procedures are on the screen. So if there's an alarm, please leave the site by the nearest exit and assembly by the clock tower in Te Maraeohine. Smoking and vaping is prohibited. If we do need a defibrillator, it's located at the entrance to customer services on the ground floor. And if there are any near misses or incidents, please report to the committee administrator, Nico or Sarah. Okay, so just before we get into the apologies, I did just want to note the passing of Philip McConkie. So Philip was a very active and I guess pioneering person in terms of the social sector and the environmental sector in Palmerston North. Founded many significant organisations, worked as a social worker, and most recently has been very active in the climate action space. And so I just want to offer our sympathies to his family and acknowledge the good work that he's done over the years. Thank you. Okay, right, we will take the apologies. So we've got apologies from Councillors Meehan and Harpeter. Are there any other apologies? No? Okay, well, I'll move the apologies be accepted. And seconded by Councillor Barrett. And we will take the vote. And that is carried, 13 votes for and none against. I've got someone missing. Oh, Wolfer. Yep. Okay. Let's move on to notice of additional items. I haven't been informed of any. No additional items. Any declarations of interest? No. Okay. Is there any public comment? No, no one's approached us. Fine. So that takes us on to confirmation of the minutes of the meeting of the 18th of February. And I'm happy to move that they be confirmed as a true and correct record. I'll look to Councillor Barrett for a seconder. Are there any corrections or inaccuracies that anyone wants to bring to our attention? Deputy Mayor.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. I'm down as bringing an apology for late arrival on council business, which I initially had thought that would be the case, but in fact I didn't. The meeting that I was at was extended for the entire meeting, so I wasn't present. Yes.
Oh, okay. All right, yeah,
Thank
the
you.
administrators
But
will
I was on council business.
amend that too. Just an apology on council business.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Okay, so we're just changing the recommendation to the minutes as amended with alteration about the Deputy Mayor. Okay, so no further comment. We'll vote on confirming the minutes. And that is carried, 12 votes for, none against and 1 abstention. Okay, so we're now moving into a series of sector lead reports from some key organisations in the community resilience and sustainability space. And the first one is the annual sector lead report from Environment Network Manawatu. So I'd like to invite Amy Viles on behalf of Council and Mads Bachelot, General Manager, Environment Network Manawatu, to come down. So just how we're going to do this, councillors, is that staff have presented the report, and you have that in front of you. The community organisation will be asked to do their own presentation, and then we'll take questions, and if there are specific questions for the officer, they can be directed to her, otherwise they can be directed to, in this case, Mads. Okay, thank you very much, Mads, when you're ready.
Thank you. I've got a small presentation, but mostly it's just images, and it will just demonstrate some of the things that we're up to. So it will flow through as I chat about some other things. So kia ora koutou, tēnā koutou, ko Mads tōku ingoa. Ka topa te manu mihi ki runga i ngā paemaunga o Tararua o Ruahine. Ka hiki iho ki ngā wai o Manawatu. Ka rere i te whānui me te whāroa o te whānua nei. Tai atu rā ki ngā wai karikari o te tai hau auru. Ka mihi kau atu ki te iwi mana whenua o Rangitani. Ka mihi ki tēnā hāpū, ki tēnā hāpū. Ka tēnā marae, ka tēnā marae. Ko koutou te mana rangatira, te mana takitaki o te taio I noho nei tātou. Ko te reo mihi o NM tēnei I runga I ngā kaupapa I whakakotahi nei I a tātou. O ranganuku, o rangarangi, o rangatangata. The bird of greeting soars above the peaks of Tararua and Ruahine. It descends upon the waters of Manawatu. It flies the length and breadth of the land, till it meets the waves of the sea of our western coast. Acknowledging Rangitani, at each hapu, each marae, it says, you are the rangatira, the indigenous mana of the environment we now all live in. This bird is the greeting of NM, and it speaks in relation to the kaupapa that binds us as one. Wellness of the earth, sky, and everything in between, including humanity. I wanted to acknowledge our tupuna, Philip McConaughey. He was on the, excuse me. He was on the NM board for 2 years, but he brought real care, love, and a holding of space that really impacted us. And you would have seen him on Fridays waving the flag for climate action for the last 4 or 5 years. And he brought that so passionately to us as well. NM is an accessible hub and a bridge between the community and local government around environmental matters. People pop by off the street, seek opportunities to connect, volunteer, make a difference, find out what is happening around environmental issues, raise issues, initiate projects, seek support, voice concerns, and find active opportunities into being involved citizens. The support that NM receives from PNCC through the sector-led partnership program continues to reap benefits for Pāmi. We're providing many connection opportunities for groups who are doing incredible on-the-ground mahi within 3 of the 4 PO of our PO here: climate action, community food sovereignty, biodiversity protection, enhancement, and circular economy. Our dedicated team, who are mostly here today, along with a few board members, are passionate about developing programs that meet the needs and help to build the capacity of community for environmental action. Analysis of our open-ended questions in our recent survey demonstrate that ENM is achieving the goals that we have set. We're growing community connection through hui and networks. We're providing resourcing and back office support. We're inspiring action through sharing information, supporting practical hands-on mahi, providing encouragement, advice and one-on-one support, and facilitating collaboration and cross-pollination. As a member of Environment Hubs Aotearoa, I want to bring your attention to their recently released community resilience research. There's a link to it in the report that we've submitted. It was undertaken with Massey. The research identified how communities like ours and like iwi and marae around the country led the disaster response during Cyclone Gabrielle. It highlights the power of well-connected communities to respond and provides 28 recommendations for building community resilience. This is written in a way that will help you guys make good decisions about supporting community. What is most clear, the report concludes, what is most clear is that communities unquestionably have the commitment and capabilities to respond to disasters when supported to do so. The question is not whether communities can be resilient, but rather whether official systems will support communities adequately to achieve this. The sector-led partnerships and the relationships that are built between official council systems and community groups because of it are leading the way in developing some of this community resilience. PNCC is doing better than most, so I wanted to acknowledge that. Have I got more slides? There you go. I haven't spoken to really anything particularly in my report because you've read it all. If you want to know more, I encourage you to attend one of the many events we have planned for the year. There's a list of them on the last page. You'll see community building in action. If you come to our upcoming Manawatu Food Action Network hui, not only will you get to participate in a crop swap, you'll get to be one of the first to see the results of our own latest collaboration with Massey, Rethinking Our Relationship with Kai, an illustrated summary of research about advancing food sovereignty in the Manawatu. A couple more pictures, and I'm open for questions.
Kia ora, Mads, thank you very much. And thank you for the report, which was just chock full of good stuff that was being done for the environment, so it made great reading. I'll open up for questions now, if that's okay. First up is Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks, Mads, and thanks, Amy, for the covering report. A few questions. One, with the opening of in terms of new road and that new gateway entrance park, is ENM thinking about ways of, I guess, leveraging that, to use a term, for what your organization's purpose is?
That has been talked about in the past, Brent, but we haven't had a conversation much about that lately. But I think it's a good one to keep bringing in. Yeah, and as we talk, yeah, there's a few things around. You know, this Dreamy Environment Centre that we talk about, and I think that's where the conversations have been in the past. Is like, what if we have one that sits there and connects with people as they're heading into nature? That's you know, one of the thoughts that's been bandied about, but not for a while.
Yeah, cool, thanks. Ruahine Kiwi's been through the chamber a few times, just kind of talking about their transition efforts and that. Is there any updates around how that project's going?
Yeah, yes. that project's going, has had some really strong work over the last 12 months, 18 months, with Robert being hired as the project lead in about January 2025. And we've laid a lot of groundwork over that time. There's a new pest management plan which has been approved and is starting to be rolled out. We've got work happening on the first on the eastern side, working with Moriuho, who are doing another project over there. We've recently, just last week, we had lotteries funding approved of $75,000 for next year, and we've also got Horizons lined up for the $50,000 that they've been putting in for the last couple of years. So that project has now got some stronger backing. We've got a give a little happening, so a donation drive happening as well, and a donor, an anonymous donor, has agreed to match up to $10,000 of funding. So, and we've received a $5,000 donation last week. So we've got the money starting to roll in, which means we can start rolling out more action back on the ground. And there's a really strong governance group now meeting monthly and driving that action.
Cool, thanks. Just finally then, if I've read some of the reporting right, some of the subgroups or clusters are actually getting almost bigger than the main network. If I've read the numbers right, can you just tell us a little bit about how the dynamics working between those groups like Food Action Network and kind of the wider Environment Network, Manawatu?
Yeah, thank you. That is a funny thing, but that comes from energy, community energy, and we're trying to meet that community energy need. Our main membership numbers have remained relatively steady at around 65 members. That membership has an official process, like people have to apply for membership, they have to be approved by the board, they have to say that they agree with ENM's objects or purposes, whereas the membership of our subclusters is very organic and is open. There's no official membership process. So if people are interested in the Manawatu Food Action Network and they're doing this tiny little project, they just turn up and they're part of the crew.
Right.
So that's
get counted as a
and they're counted as not as an individual, we're counting groups. So
Right.
That's the number of what we'd call a group. A group could be a couple of people, doing a small community garden out the back of their, in Savage Crescent or something. But,
Cool.
yeah.
Thanks for those answers.
And there is a number shift from Manawatu Food Action Network. Last year it looked like 400 and something, and now it's 100 and something, and that is because we've changed it from counting individuals to counting groups.
Brilliant. Cool. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Kuru.
Good morning. I was just wondering if you could tell me the top 2 areas where you see unmet community needs.
Food sovereignty, access to food, and cost of living, and we're working with AutoConnect, and they've done a huge study on what community need is. So they would be best to answer that. Although we're working with them, and I've read that. So we're working in that space. There's 3 current squads, and we're going to be being in the Rongoa squad, which is looking at health, and we're also continuing to put some work into. They've got a new squad called. They'll kind of tell you about this in a couple of months. But there's a new squad called Seasonal Kai and Celebrations or something. So there's going to be work on a Matariki celebration around seasonal Kai, and Mori will be in that squad. And then there's a sport one, which I'm not too worried about.
Thank you.
Kia ora.
Matt Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mads, and to the rest of the E&M group. The sector lead, funding and everything else, and firstly, you're doing great work, so this is just teasing out where it all goes. So of that 300-odd thousand, just give us a real rough breakdown. I know you run there's a dollop to food and Kai and that program, there's also your Environmental Initiatives Fund. Just give me some rough figures. where
So
that goes.
including the Kai part of the Environmental Initiatives Fund, we're giving $75,000 of PNCC money into that fund, so that's going to the community. There is, you'll see the breakdown in there already around a repair cafe and future living skills, so that's 12 and 8 or something like that.
Yeah.
And, oh, there was another number in my head. Thank you. Yeah, so most, I mean, the 220,000, it basically goes to doing the 3 PO that we're funded to, you know, support, which at the moment is circular economy, food, the food sovereignty PO and the biodiversity PO work. So supporting communities to connect and to help build their capacity and capability. Yeah.
All right. I'll leave it to comments, but thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you. Just one question from me, Mads. You've mentioned in the report about the fact that the current building that you have doesn't quite meet all your aspirations. So can you just explain what you see is missing from that current building, or what it is that you would aspire to have as a hub?
Oh, that's a question that we're going to be developing over the next few months. I've got in July, you'll see our dream time meeting around Matariki, thinking around what is the stream of an environment centre and bringing our groups together to discuss that, and think about what we need as a sector to really fully meet their needs. But it came up even just the other day at the Textiles Hui, and there was a stream from that group to say, look, we need a space that we can, you know, bring all of this, you know, textiles that people want to give away or get rid of, but that we don't want to send to landfill. How do we deal with that? We need space to deal with that. We need space for upcycling and workshops. We need space for community kitchen. Supergrands is needing a community kitchen, and I know there's probably something in the multicultural hub, but will that be enough to serve the you know, serve the environmental community as well? Right at the moment, in the immediate term, we're tripping over each other now in our space. So there's you know, there's the long-term dream, and there's the current. You know, we've got our staff here, 7 or 8 staff on 6 desks, so 6 or 7 desks, and we're using the front room, and then we've got increasingly more people coming in to drop their lids off, and then we're lid sorting, and we're trying to have meetings in a room that's not private. So that's okay. We're making it work at the moment.
Yeah, and I think that was the message that came through, that, you know, the current system is manageable in the short term, but looking ahead, there are significant needs that are not being met in that current space. Would that be fair?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we can't run big, you know, workshops or allow. We've got lots of resources that we can share, but we have constraints, and there are definitely a lot of, you know, emerging groups in particular in the circular economy space that will need space, and there's no way that they're going to be able to afford to do it on their own.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to have to be collaboration around
Yes.
a joint space. Okay, thank you for that. There's no more questions, so thank you very much for your report and for coming in to present it, and thank you, Amy, for the staff support of the organisation. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
So I'm happy to move that the committee receive the memorandum entitled Annual Sector Lead Report, Environment Network Manawatu, presented to the Community Resilience and Sustainability Committee on the 11th of March 2026, and will be seconded by Councillor Barrett, and I'll open it up for any comments. Let's see if give others a chance first. Councillor Barrett.
Yeah, thanks. Just to acknowledge E&M, all the staff that are here, the board, and the huge crew of volunteers that are around making all these good things happen. Just some of the highlights for me in terms of that report was seeing the lift in the member events over the last year. That's really strong in terms of building the network side of the organization. It's actually really good to see contestation of the board as well. To me, that's a sign of a vigorous organization. If you've got more people that want to be on the board than you've got seats on your board, you know that there's strong community interest around it. Really great to hear there's a new website on the way and a lift there, and really good to see some work going on in the impact analysis space. So it's just really encouraging a number of the elements of work that are signaled and the forward look in that report. As others have teased out in questions, there's some challenges that you guys are facing, and wish you well in navigating those, but really appreciate the work that's happening looking after environment and community in a unified way. So thanks.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And look, like Councillor Barrett, just want to congratulate Environment Network Manawatu on the great work that they're doing. They're really harnessing those volunteer groups. I think the true network aspect is coming through. Those pose around climate resilience, food security, biodiversity, the circular economy. My favourite program's the Repair Shop. And I know you've got your own version of the Repair Cafe, and I think that's really cool because it shows we're doing it at a local level. Because that in a increasingly throwaway consumer society, fixing things, one, should be done, but two, it's actually really good for your soul as well. So I'm very interested in that side of things, and I think it shows the dollar spent or funded attracts many more. So congratulations on the work that you have been doing. It'd be good to just understand a little bit more where all the dollars go. I don't have any issues with what we fund and spend. It's just where do they all go? Just a little bit more clarity, probably more to the officers than you. And just around the blue sky thinking or dreaming around your environmental hub. And look, things and times and scope does change over the years. But since I've been here, we did have I suppose, an environmental or a nature type hub at the Esplanade. Wild Base was one sort of average thing with Wild Base that had to move somewhere else. And it was probably in hindsight sad that we didn't do something with that structure because that is now gone. Also, we've had a very successful resource recovery lounge up at the MRF for schools, and I can remember taking my own kids there, but we don't do much of that now, or of any of it at all. So I do wonder if there is some options there between those two things in your blue sky thinking that might come out in those discussions. But yeah, well done, great work, and you seem to be getting stronger and stronger and stronger. So well done.
Councillor Zabellin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I also wanted to do a shout out to MFAN in particular, because I've been to quite a number of the seasonal hui, quite a few of them. They have 4 a year, and what I've really noticed is that there's different people coming to it each time. It's not just the same people coming for the same discussion, and the topics change, and it's drawing lots of different people, and not just from Palmerston North, but from the whole region and from over the hill as well. So it's been a very rewarding exercise, and I think it's really cool to see that that's now led to more structured collaboration with research to show what's needed in this area. I just think that's really cool. And I also have noticed that there's quite a high level of collaboration between the E&M member groups, which indicates to me that the silos that quite often happen with community work are being broken down through that E&M umbrella. And lots of the feedback that we get through things like the Social Wellbeing Forum or the Youth Wellbeing Forum is that more collaboration is necessary in these times and in these funding environments. And so it's really heartening to see that environmental communities leading the way, and those groups that are getting stuck in are finding each other and supporting each other and being able to get more done together. So thank you for all your work.
Thank you. Yes, I think we'd all agree that you're doing great work, and that it's been lovely over the years to see how E&M has developed. You're a very significant part of the social infrastructure of the city at the moment, and we appreciate you and all the work that your staff and the many members of the community that get involved do. And I think the Mayor mentioned it, really the value that is returned on a ratepayer dollar is absolutely huge. We couldn't achieve all those outcomes ourselves for anything like that amount of investment. So we're very grateful from a value for money point of view, as well as from a environmental outcomes point of view. And I did note, though, there are some challenges coming up. And whilst it's good to celebrate all the good things that are happening, we've got to be realistic about the sustainability of our community organisations. And I noted there were a couple of sort of warning notes about volunteers ageing in some parts and not being able to necessarily get new people in. And that is perhaps going to be an issue wider than just ENM, I suspect, in the community sector. And as well as that, the challenges that are presented when an organisation does grow and when, appropriate spaces and opportunities for public to interact need to be created in those spaces. So, whilst we're delighted with the work and happy to receive the report, I do note that those challenges are there, and possibly others that I haven't picked up from the report as well. And so I think we'd all do well to just remember those going forward. But thank you for your work, we appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, we will now vote to receive the report from ENM. And that is carried, 14 votes for and none against. Thank you. So our next annual sector lead report is from Te Puharakeke, the Community Vanuatu. And so I'd like to invite Ahmed and whoever is coming up from, Kat, from Te Puharakeke, and Justin. Okay. To come up and present the report. Thank you. Okay. Right, so we'll do the same sort of format as we did previously. We've got the officer report. We'll allow Te Puharakeke to do their presentation or talk about whatever they want to talk to us about. And then we'll have questions, and if there are specific questions to the officer, they can be directed to him. Okay, so you'll just need to get your mics on. So press the right-hand button. Yeah. Okay, when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry. Sorry. Tina koutou katoa ko Kat Nguyen toko ingoa. Good morning, everyone. I'm Kat Nguyen. I'm the manager of Te Puharakeke Community Collective Manawatu. I'm joined by Justin Ngai, our program coordinator today. Thank you for the opportunity to present our sector lead activity in 2025. As most of you are aware that Te Puharakeke is the sector lead for social community and services in Palmerston North, and our members remain consistently over the years with more than 100 members across multiple areas. Our primary focus is on building connection across the sector and strengthening the capability and capacity of community groups in our region. We do this by holding networking events for member and sector workers, delivering training workshops, and providing advice and technical support on a wide range of areas. This includes support with governance and organizational leadership, constitutional matter, strategic planning, organizational structure, and compliance with Incorporated Society Act and Charity Act. We also assist groups with identifying funding opportunity, managing HR concerns, and promoting programs and services, understanding their financial report, and supporting them with accounting issues. And in addition, that we support help group connect with relevant services. We also advocate for community sector at both local and central government level on issues that affect our community. A few highlights from the past year include that we held 11 networking events, 21 training workshops for member and sector worker. Around 685 people participated in our events. These events create important opportunity for community workers to develop their skills and broaden their network, identify collaboration opportunity, and stay informed about the sector activity. We broker collaboration and facilitate information sharing among the sector with national and regional organizations that do not have a local presence in Papua North. During the years, we introduced the Manager Forum, launched a new board forum. Both provide valuable opportunity for manager and board member to connect, share insights, and support one another. We introduced a new initiative, the community sector update events, and this event provide opportunity for the sector to network, stay informed about current issues, and hear directly from local authority, government agency, and funder about their priorities and update. As you know that we held a social well-being forum every 2 years, and the feedback shows strong interest in having an annual event. But why our resources don't allow us to return to the old model, previous model that we have every year's event, but that a new initiative that the community sector update events take place in the alternate years between forum. And last year, at the end, and in December last year, that we held that the first event at the conference center, and it was well attended by around 90 people and participants coming from PNCC, and many of you are here participated in that event. MSD, DIA, Public Trust, and organization working across the housing, mental health, disability, and participating support, and along with community workers from across the region. In addition to this work, we contracted to distribute the Community Development Small Grants Fund and manage Hancock House. A detailed report on our work have been circulated, and I just want to highlight one point regarding Community Development Small Grants Fund. As I understand that Council is currently reviewing the support and funding policy, and this may be a timely opportunity to also review the grant cap of the small grant fund. The current 5,000 cap has remained unchanged since 2011. And in previous discussion that I understand that we have raised that the sector has suggested increasing the cap alongside an increase to the overall allocation for the fund. This would help account for inflation over time and better reflect population growth and increasing community demand. This small grant fund provides valuable support for smaller community organizations by helping reduce operational cost pressure. And we want to acknowledge PNCC's ongoing commitment. And this support has been consistent for many years and has helped smaller organizations continue delivering valuable services to the community. And finally, I would like to briefly highlight some of the broader challenges that currently facing the sector. Such community organizations are continuing to experience increasing pressure as demand for services rise, while resources, funding, and volunteer availability decline. Recruitment and retention staff remain a significant challenge due to financial constraints and a shortage of qualified workers. These pressures are occurring in the context of wider economic challenges, including increasing unemployment and the rising of cost of living. And last month, the Salvation Army released its State of Nation, highlights several concerning changes. So I can name here, that is that the menstrual distress among young people remains at high level, 3 times higher than a decade ago. And by late 2025, a number of young people not in employment, education, or training was the highest in the past 20 years. And the med use in 2024, that's the latest data that we have, was also recorded as the highest level ever in the past, 3 years. 74% above the average of the previous 3 years. Food insecurity and other indicators of material hardship also remain high throughout 2025. So in the context that central government is reducing contracts and tightening access to support, the reality is that community organizations are often left to pick up the slack in supporting the most vulnerable member of our communities. So we recognize that council cannot address all this pressure. However, we do want to emphasize the importance of continuous investment in this space. We appreciate the challenges that council facing in balancing service delivery with keeping rate increase manageable. Palmerston North City Council has a strong relationship with the community sector, and we would like to take this opportunity to thank Council for its ongoing support for the community, for the sector. And we continue to play an important role as the sector lead, helping connect, support, and strengthen community and social organizations. I would take the rest of the report as read and happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much, Kat. That's great. Okay, I'll open up for questions. First up, we have the Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, thanks very much for the work that you're doing in the community services side. It's really impressive. Perhaps a couple of questions for officers. You spoke about the, so is the funding, is it CPI'd? Because we were talking about the grant, is the small grants fund you were talking about 5,000. Is that fund overall CPI'd?
Kia ora, Ahmed Abeid, Senior Community Development Advisor. The overall fund, so the whole of the Community Development Small Grants Fund and other funds are adjusted by CPI. The allocation of the 5,000 is fixed in the policy it's allocated.
So it's CPI'd, but the concern of the council is or the collective is that it's in the policy it's only 5 per grant. Is that?
Yes,
is that
in the policy, yes.
Yeah. But we have increased the fund from 2011.
Yeah.
CPI'd, yeah, okay, all right. And what is the, and look, you do, again, a little bit like the last sector lead, you do a whole lot of other stuff in the, with running Hancock House, and there's a small furniture grant and a whole lot of other things. What is the total, again, probably to the officers, what's the total sector lead grant?
The total grant for Te Po Harakiki for the sector lead agreement is $120,000.
120.
Yes.
Plus the small grants fund, which they administer?
Yes, that is on the, separate from the 120, there is a small grants fund that...
Which is 249, is it?
Yes, I believe so. It's around 240.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
Thank you. A couple of questions from me. One is around the community challenges, I suppose, that you outlined at the end, and how organisations are coping with what appears to be increasing need but decreasing resourcing. How are you seeing that sort of play out for organisations on a practical level?
Yeah, that is the challenges that community organizations are facing, that like increasing needs while resources are declining. So what they are doing is that they can either, I think just the way to cope with that is that like collaboration is that would be one obviously way. And also is to, just like, yeah, networking, referral, and that's the way that the new initiative that we created, that is that resource sharing, for example, try to minimize the cost.
Okay, are you seeing things like, I don't know, increasing waiting lists, people being turned away from services, services unable to recruit enough staff, so not able to provide? I mean, are those sorts of things showing up?
Kia ora, Justin Ive, Te Poharakiki. Basically, yes, the strains are very real. So in Hancock House, for example, we see organizations that aren't open all the time because of staff limitations, and then people come in maybe from a referral from MSD or just from the street, and they have nowhere to go, and sometimes they just don't have anywhere to go. So to answer the question very bluntly and directly, yes, we're feeling the strain, and the community's going to pay for it. But yeah, as Kat said, our organizations are trying their best to be creative, to be better with the grant applications, to find ways of impacting more people at a lower cost, whatever that looks like. But it's not always pretty.
No. Thank you. And in regards to the small grant, with the cap being stuck at 5,000, the practice has been in the past, because that fund tends to be hugely oversubscribed, that even if people apply for 5,000, even if an organisation applies for 5,000, that it tends to be pro-rated down. So in practical terms, if we increase the cap without increasing the size of the fund, would that effectively result in any organisations getting more? Or are you thinking it would give you more flexibility to give some people more than 5,000 and some less? I'm just wondering how, in the absence of a significant increase to that fund, how increasing the cap would change much.
That exactly is our concern. That is like, because every year, funding, the demands for that small grant fund is oversubscribed. And it's only like, the fund allocation, the allocated amounts is only meet 70% or 70 or 75% of the total requested amounts coming from the community. So if we increase the ceiling without increasing the total budget, it definitely impact the other organizations that to access, having access to the fund. But I don't know just what is that more practical solution. Ideally, just increasing the total funding, that would be ideal. But maybe giving that the CPI, taking into CPI, maybe it's not like a define the ceiling precisely in the policy, maybe, that is give more flexibility to move around for the selection committee to make decision on which organization need that most, for example.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carew.
Good morning. I found it a bit distressing reading the stress and pressures of our most vulnerable. But my question is, I heard you talking about food security, and I was just wondering if you could talk to me about what you think the greatest needs are in our community at the moment. Would food security be the top?
I'd say cost of living in general is a big need. That's definitely one of them. I don't know if you want to fold housing in there as well. You know, when people have to struggle and choose between paying rent and paying for food, and they might not have petrol for their car, it all adds up. So my personal answer is yes, but as a part of a bigger, larger cascade.
Thank you.
Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to follow up on one of the answers to the Chair's question. Justin, if I heard correctly, you're saying that there's actual service hours cuts within Hancock House in terms of the availability of services to community members?
Yeah, and it's not just Hancock House, it's across the sector. You know, some organizations have to close down, some organizations had to cut staff hours and so on. And as you guys see in the report, and you know, I'm sure you guys are aware anyways, that we're very thankful that everyone's trying their best, including PNCC, to chip in. But, you know, these needs are pretty huge, and it's a national, global phenomena. You know, the need is not going down.
Yep.
So, yeah, and the supply is going down with it.
Thank you. It's challenging to hear. Is there any assessment within Te Puharakiki then of kind of how much contraction there's been? Is there like 10% less or 20% less access to services? Is there any way of quantifying how deep those cuts of availability are?
We haven't got that yet, but probably that is good suggestion for our survey next member surveys. We do member survey every 6 months, so we could certainly include that one. What regards to your first question, that I think we can take example, for example, like a brain injury, so now it's closing down, so they base at Hancock House, but they now, because of the funding issues, they closed their services. And neighborhood support, for example, they are one of our members as well. They are the only one organization in Palmy working on security issues. And now they have to turn their models from like having staff into like that volunteer organization, so run by volunteer, and with only few hours of staff getting paid for their working down.
Housing Advice Center went from having 2 staff down to 0.5 FTE, only 1 staff member, which also means that if Nigel is sick or whatever, then there's just no one there in that office.
Thank you. Thanks for those examples, Madam Chair.
Thank you. That brings us to the end of the questions. So thank you very much for coming to present your report. And thank you for all the work that you do on behalf of the whole community and the community sector.
Thank you for the support from PNCC for over all these years. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm happy to move that we receive a memorandum entitled Annual Sector Lead Report Te Puharakeke Community Collective Manawatu, presented to the Community Resilience and Sustainability Committee on the 11th of March 2026. I'll look for a seconder, Councillor Zabellin, and I'll open up if there's any comment. Just while you're thinking of your comments, I have a few of my own. The first one, obviously a big thank you to Te Puharakeke and all of the member organisations for the work they do in the community, which is, as we have heard, often challenging and difficult, and even more so at the moment with the pressures of cost of living and reduced resourcing that organisations are facing, at the same time looking at increased needs. So it's a challenging space to be working in, but we do appreciate Te Puharakeke for providing that support, which I think is really vital, providing the training, running Hancock Community House, administering the Small Grants Fund, and just keeping an eye on trends in the sector and helping us understand how the direction that things are going, because I think that that's a very important insight for us, especially going into the long-term plan. I particularly liked the direction of thought of Councillor Barrett around being able to quantify if there is a reduction in access to services, because I think that's a very useful metric for us to be thinking about going forward. And we'll take your comments around the Small Grants Fund into consideration when we're thinking about the support and funding policy. But just thank you. We appreciate your work, and you know, we understand it's difficult, but it's good work, and we're grateful for it. Okay, the Mayor would like a comment.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair, and look, agree with your comments there, and just want to thank Kat and Justin and the wider team there at Te Pū Harakiki Collective, or formerly the Community Services Council. You're 55 years young this year. Not you personally, but the organisation. So that's something worth celebrating as well, and the work you've done over the years. And I think you're right, Madam Chair, that Palmerston was unique with that social glue for community groups. Again, like previous sector leads, we fund or spend $1 and they turn it into many more. And the 110 members that you look after, all the different work you do is really appreciated by the council. I think some of the most important work you do, though, is, and it sometimes gets lost in the translation, and a key role is that support for the organisation, so the capacity and capability building of different community groups, so they can almost help themselves through their governance, their strategy, their organisational sort of plans, their accounting, their even applying for funds. Taking on board your comments around the Small Grants Fund, and appreciate the work that goes into that, because that's difficult. There's never enough money, but it is good that it has been CPI'd, and I think that was something we fixed a number of years ago, because the funds were static from many, many years ago. So that in a small way is addressing some of those concerns. But thanks for your work in the community.
Thank you. So there are no more comments, so we will now go to vote to accept the report. And that is carried, 14 votes for and none against. Thank you. Our final sector lead report for today is from the Manawatu Multicultural Council. So I'll invite Ahmed again, I think, and Kanchana, Ngita and Asmat to come down. So welcome. We're very happy to hear from you, and we'll hand over to you to present what you would like to emphasise from your report, and then we'll have questions afterwards. Thanks.
Good morning, Madam Chair, councillors and everyone. My name is Kanchana.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Ingita.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Asmatullah, and I'm a community connector, work for MMC.
Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak today and present our sector lead report. It is a privilege to share the progress and activities of Manawatu Multicultural Council and to acknowledge the continuous support we receive from the council.
Throughout the year, we've hosted a range of community events and activities. These have included cultural celebrations, community workshops, and social events that bring people from different backgrounds together. These events allow members of our community to share their traditions, food, music, and stories while also learning about others. Our cultural celebrations have been particularly meaningful as they showcase the diversity that enriches our region. Events like these not only celebrate heritage, but also encourage mutual respect and understanding between cultures. They create opportunities for people to sit together, learn from one another, and build stronger community connections.
An important part of our work is the community support services we provide. These services have made a huge difference to many members of our society. For people who are new to the country, everyday systems such as housing, healthcare system, immigration, and employment can often feel confusing and overwhelming. Through the support provided at the Ethnic Center, individuals and families receive guidance, information, and assistance that help them navigate these systems with greater confidence. Whether it is helping someone understand local services, connecting them with the right support organizations, assisting with the forms and informations, or simply providing a welcoming place where they can seek, ask questions. These community support services play a vital role. For many people, this support is the first steps in helping them settle successfully and feel a part of our community members.
We are deeply grateful for the partnership we share with the Council. Your recognition of the value of diversity sends a strong message that all cultures are valued and that everyone has a place in our community. Thank you. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you all very much. And I'll open up for questions. First up, we have Councillor Finlay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of questions. First one is, when do you plan moving in downstairs?
I think the constructions are going on, it's until 30th of April, so hopefully end of the financial year, we are working together with PNCC, constructions and project management, and also we have a steering group including community members. So we meet usually fortnightly, right, Ahmed? And I think end of June is our plan. Thank you.
And along with that, have you talked with any of the groups that you're involved with about the use of the Red Square and how they could possibly use that?
We are looking actually, because the steering group includes most active, quite active community members as well, so their impact is also very valuable. As a MMC, we do have a very creative team as well, and we hope the Red Square, how we can use for our functions, and maybe it will be really adding some taste to that area as well. Yeah.
Idea of market days and stuff like that as well.
Yeah, so MMC, we collaborate with Global Parent Support. As of last year, we were still doing Kids Market, and we have Global Market as an addition to that. So that will be a welcome opportunities to possibly use the Red Square.
Yeah. And then a total different question. Looking at your workshops, you have a Happy Seniors workshop. Now, from another role that I'm involved with, I've come across a couple of ethnic groups that didn't know what was available to older people within Palmerston North, discounts and other things. Now, do you have any links with outside your member organisations, letting them know what is available for older people within Palmerston North? Have you looked at that network and maybe working with them?
Yes, we are currently working with Age Concern especially for the happy seniors, like Steady As You Go, and also we are connecting with other community organizations like St. John's and all the like major community groups for their services. But the part of the Happy Seniors workshop is inviting one of the speaker from community organizations who are mostly working with seniors and acknowledge their services and availability or what kind of support they can get. Apart from answering your questions, yes, the member organizations, we always communicate through our newsletters and news information, but because our network is actually, yes, members are very important, and the same as our students who are coming to our classes, and the translators and the clients are coming to get the community connection support. So it's wider than actually the members group.
My question was, are you doing anything to help your member groups to contact or find out about the discounts that are available and other benefits that are available in Palmerston North for senior citizens?
Yes, we are communicating.
So what are you doing there?
So with the Age Concern and sometimes with the seniors, the St. John's, and we had recently some programs with like how to, where the food services are available, like just not only just Leach and Methodist community food hub, but also those kind of, and also we are working with street vans as well, connecting to them as well. So we do get time to time that kind of like information, and we share with them whenever it is possible.
It doesn't seem to be getting out to some of those organisations.
Is that a comment, Councillor Finlay?
Sorry, yeah. Or could you possibly look at extending that somehow to giving out further information to your member groups of what discounts and other organisations are available to ethnic groups to help them
Of course.
access?
Thank you very much, Councillor Finlay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Smith.
Sorry, after all of that, I've forgotten what I was going to ask, so I'll go back into comments. Sorry, there was so many previous questions, and I was quite focused on those, sorry.
Deputy Mayor Marshall Lobb.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can say it's not catchy. I do remember what I was going to say. But thank you so much to the multicultural community for all that you do, the wonderful work. Now he's remembered. I knew there was a reason. What I do want to ask is, on page 86, which is your page 19, you mentioned that feedback from the community members were a range of things like the cost of living, pressures, employment opportunities, immigration pathway uncertainty. But I'd like to know a bit more about the perceptions of community safety. Could you explain that for me? Thank you.
Before going to that, to answer that questions, I'm going a little bit about the past, why we need these services. In August 2021, when Taliban captured Afghanistan, hundreds of thousands of Afghani, they left the country. And Immigration New Zealand, they bring many people to Afghanistan, to New Zealand, to settle them in different cities. So after that, MMC, we got opportunity to help those refugees who are in Palmerston North. And as an Afghan navigator, I start my career with MMC, and I help all those family, around 25 to 30 family, which is total number of 75 people. I help them with their immigration work, with accommodations, with employment. I register them to the different school, their children's employment, and health sector as well. And with the passage of time, MMC realized that more people need this help in Palmerston North, not only Afghan community, also other migrants and refugees. So today, we have more than that number, which is going above 900. So it means that it's a serious issues that we have to think about it. Those refugees who are coming on a daily basis to Palmerston North, they need more services. And unfortunately, there are some organizations that they are not getting enough help from them. Like, suppose I can give you that still people that are still in different organizations, still they are totally dependent on someone to help them, you know, because of the language, because of the trust. They don't trust. They are coming to MMC because they have trust. And I help those family. And today, I see a disabled mother who didn't see his son 15 years. And I help those family, and today they are together and help them. They are working and they are happy. Similarly, there are many other cases that people are totally dependent on MMC. So it's the ongoing help that is going on from the last 5 years. It's not only a one day work or 1 week work. And the way we are helping to those communities, we're working hard. That's why today I'm here to tell you that we are working hard. Like I can give you one example for immigration work, especially refugees, when they come to MMC, they need help because of the language problems. So my responsibility is to take those refugees to the community law center and to introduce, and I also appreciate community law because they help us a lot. And I'm working as a middle person to help those family to bring their family from Iran, from Afghanistan, and other Middle East country. So I'm working as a middle person to help them. And the problem is, because of the time difference between New Zealand and Afghanistan, Iran, I will pay extra hours. Like suppose, if my client family in Afghanistan, I need a document from him, so I have to contact him at 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, even sometime at 11 o'clock. So we pay extra hours, you know.
Asmat, sorry to
Yes.
interrupt you there. I think, and it was good to hear about the role of the community connector, but I think maybe the Deputy Mayor was asking when the survey was done, and there was a perception of community safety was an issue. What is it that people are concerned about? Or are you able to answer that
Yes,
question?
I will
Yeah.
answer for that question, Madam Chair. So the safety of our community is really concerning, actually. Last 2 years, we've received some, it's not actually directly, we are trying to understand, is it direct racism or something, or discrimination, or it's just the social economical situation in our community? Because majority of dairy broken, like the car broken into, they are coming to, we get those newses from our community members. So, and also we receive, and Asmat actually receives so many requests from our refugee communities that they want to leave the city because they are quite, they feel unsafety around their neighborhood. Or probably some kind of like incidents happen to their personal lives. Maybe in the morning they're trying to go to work and their car is not there anymore. So some things like that. Because their past experiences are quite traumatic. And when they see it around their house or neighborhood, they feel unsafe. So that's where, on our report we mentioned, and I think we mentioned it last year as well, we can monitor, we see so many people are leaving the city and community. And it's actually challenging our services as well, because as you know, we have only 6 staff members, but most of our programs are running from our volunteers. So we are struggling to keep our volunteer base steady with these movements as well. So yes, there is a high concern about the safety of our community.
Thank you for sharing that. Do you work in collaboration or have across the sector about sharing that information?
Yes, we, because the Welcoming Advisory Group, we are part of that group as well. So it's including most of our community sector groups in that community. And also we are ongoing, we have a really good relationship with police and different department of police as well. And also because Welcoming School program is directly contacting the schools. And we have noticed number of students, the attendance issues as well. So that's sometimes connecting with the safeties and all those uncertainties. So we have really good relationship with other community organizations. Women's Refuge is playing really big part of that as well. Last couple of months during the holiday time as well, we have received quite increased number of family violence cases from our member groups, like our community members. So we think it's, when I said increased numbers, it's not that we don't see it during other time. We see it, but during that holiday time, especially comparing to last 2 years, it's quite not normal, let's say, because ringing police officers or women's refuge officers during the holiday time when you are far away from the city and saying, look, we need your support, it's very, very not normal. And I think it's really connecting to the safety of our community.
Thank you very much. And my last question through you, Madam Chair, is given that you know that people were leaving the city because of the perceptions of safety or lack of jobs, employment opportunities or other things. Do you keep some stats on that, some statistics?
We do have, it's not exactly the correct 100% confirmed information, but if I give you a basic idea, we receive at least three families per month leaving from city. And if I want to tell you, Councillor, Deputy Mayor, it's just not the safety, because mostly it is the opportunities they are looking for. Safety is another like motivation, because when you don't have the job, when you don't have opportunity or work, or if you can't use your study experiences here, and then when you go outside and you can't see your vehicle, or you have some bad experiences related to safety, then that's kind of like a motivate you to leave the city. So most of our community members are leaving because they don't have the right opportunity. Safety has also hand in hand, yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Matt Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've remembered now what I was going to say. Look, thank you, Kenchana. And just, I've got two questions. So just following on from that, because I got a few mixed messages in your response. So is it really safety, or is it opportunities? Because I know a lot of various community members are going to a more unsafe city, i.e. Auckland. So is it around opportunities?
I think I can say number one is the opportunities, and 1.5 would be the safety.
Right, okay, well that puts it into context. And you're saying around 3 families a month are looking for opportunities and may have been affected at some stage around safety. Okay. All right, second question. Look, we've heard lots about refugees and migrants, and that's great. But where do international students fit into things for you? Do you have much interaction with international students? Because there are thousands floating through the city, or transient through the city.
Of course. Ngita, do you want to answer that question?
Excuse me. At MMC, we collaborate quite regularly with IPU, MESI, and UCOL for various things. In February, UCOL normally holds Community Connect events, which we take part in. When MESI does, we also would put our hands up. And on top of that, we hold a students' visit. So I know that IPU sometimes would host some high school students, roughly 30 students from Clark High School in Japan, and they would bring them over to MMC to learn about our services, and then we would also bring in some workshops for them. They can learn more about different cultures and things. In addition to that, we also host interns throughout the year. So last year we've had about 5 or 6 interns from the different tertiary institutions, and they've been absolutely wonderful. They've helped us with events, in my field it would be Festival of Cultures, World on Stage. They took really big roles in those sort of things. They also help our administrator Ayla with administrative stuff, and so we've been very happy to host these interns, and would welcome anytime they UCOL, MESI, or IPU have more. But that's what comes to the top of my mind when I hear collaborations with them.
And also, Mayor Grant-Smith, we always get invitation from those tertiary institutions when they have new groups. So we are playing quite a big part of the orientation programs they have. Also, we received like newcomers. Most of our newcomers are coming from international students. So when we go to our orientation programs, we always explain what are the services we have, because when you are new to country and new systems, so they are mostly going to our community connectors, and if they have kids, then welcoming school coordinator project. So it's all going hand in hand. The international students actually plays a really big part of MMC. Yeah.
And schools as well, because our 9 high schools, I think just about all of them now have an international program.
Yes.
Do they feature as well? I mean, you've spoken a lot about the tertiary side, but there's another layer as well, which is literally many hundreds of students.
Yes, so currently our Welcoming School project is pretty much engaged with all our high school in Palmerston North and Fielding as well. So international departments are really get in touch with us whenever they have any issues. And apart from that, Welcoming School coordinator always get in touch with those students, and we do some programs in schools as well to them, yeah.
Thank you very much.
If I may add, in July, we also collaborate with St. John to deliver the Poipoia Te Pitomata program that's aimed at 14 to 25-year-olds. So that would include some high school students in there. Last time we had close to 30 students, and a good number was from high school. So, yeah.
Great. Thanks very much.
Councillor Finlay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to follow on from the Deputy Mayor's question, with people, immigrant families that are leaving Palmerston North, how many of them head off to overseas, to Australia particularly?
I think most of the international students, once they finish their studies, they're looking for different
No, the families.
families. I think so the refugee families, they are moving to Auckland, most of them. But I think we received probably 3 families in 2 months or something like that.
In 2 months?
Yeah, 2 to 3 months, I would say.
How do you find these facts out? Do all the member groups tell you when people go to Australia, or is there any way of following that?
Actually, the majority of the family, when they are leaving Palmerston North, the main reason is because we have to go, from the dip, from the root. What's the causes of living from here? The main causes is because when they settle in Palmerston North, their accommodation services is not good. It's not on the standard that they should live. After that, when they struggle, and then they find that there is no any opportunity for them to have a comfortable life in Palmerston North, that's why the majority of them, they left. This is one of the reasons. Like suppose they are living in a house that the condition of the house is very bad. And sometimes the contract is for 1 year and 2 years. So they are not allowed to move here and there. That's why they are applying for a social housing. And when they didn't find opportunity to get a social housing in Palmerston North, and they get opportunity in Auckland, another city, that's why they are moving. It's also one of the reasons. The second reason is safety. Safety is also a big concern, because we have to understand about the culture differences between here and Afghanistan and Iran. Those who are coming from overseas, they are facing a lot of troubles in the new country, like in the education, in the schools, and when they need any documents, they don't know where to go. That's why they are continuously coming to MMC, and we are helping them. Yes.
Answering your question, Councillor Finlay, most of those facts are coming from our regular comers, regular visitors from to our center. That doesn't say that stats are 100% accurate, because we don't do surveys asking people how many people are leaving from the city. But where we understand, because MMC hosts lots of events, and all of those events based on the volunteers. So when we look for the volunteers, those volunteers are not there anymore because they have moved to different countries. So that's where we get the idea, probably 3 families for 3 to 5 months, but I can tell you it's not accurate, actually. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Finlay. Okay, so that brings us to the end of questions. Thank you very much for your presentation, for all of the work that you do, which is very valuable, and for patiently answering a lot of questions. So we're grateful. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So I will move the recommendation that the committee receive the memorandum entitled Annual Sector Lead Report Manawatu Multicultural Council, presented to the Community Resilience and Sustainability Committee on the 11th of March 2026. And Councillor Barrett will second that. And I will open up for comments. Firstly, a few comments from me. The first one is just to reiterate the thank you to MMC for the absolutely huge amount of work that goes on from a very small base of, one full-time staff member and 2 part-time, and then I'm looking and seeing 56 cultural events and everything else that goes on. Obviously, volunteers are helping, but at the same time, the amount of resource that you're given, you manage to stretch it a very long way to do a lot of good, which we're grateful for. Thank you to ASMAT for highlighting the role of the community connectors, because that's been a more recent development at MMC. I think, initially things were much more focused on perhaps dealing with external events and so on, but now there's quite a lot of support to individuals, and you've highlighted some of the challenges for newcomers, refugees and migrants in settling in any new city. So that is a very valuable and much appreciated service, so thank you for that. I think one of the strengths that we have in Palmerston North is that we're able to celebrate and enjoy other people's different cultures and traditions, but we're also able to acknowledge that sometimes help's needed, extra help's needed, and we're grateful for organisations that are able to step in and provide that and be a trusted provider. I thought that was a very good point that you raised, that people have to feel comfortable and to trust the people that are helping them. So you're doing great work and we appreciate it. There are challenges and I think they'll continue. Some of them are outside of our control in Palmerston North, in terms of economic environment, but at the same time, there's a lot of good also being done, so we're grateful for that. The Mayor would like a comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You summed that up quite well, and I too want to just thank MMC. It was interesting, some of the comments. I think, some of the things we can't control. The safety aspect was more about just trying to navigate some of the answers. Was more about where people have actually come from too, some cities that they are moving to, it's not around the safety of the city per se, it's around the whole environment that people have come from. And I can totally understand people want to go to bigger opportunities. I mean, that's what aspiration is about. Sometimes there's more of the community in a bigger city. I know there has been a number of families moved to Auckland because they've just felt the opportunities and I suppose, in a sense, the safety of a bigger community and numbers helps them. That's no discredit to Palmerston North or MMC. So you are the lead for those cultural migrant groups, and they are numerous. There's 130 different ethnic communities. I think understanding the role that the support or community services for migrants is quite. It sounds like it's very critical and quite valuable. So thank you for the work you do there. Just little things like getting into the education system, the health system, the banking system. English language, it's, in most cases it's a second language for people, but just even things like driving lessons. I know when I've been to several of the forums and sessions, there's huge gratitude in getting a driver's licence because it then opens up a whole lot of employment opportunities, social opportunities, and for people to connect and move about. Housing seems a real big thing too, and we know it is, but it probably even more so for ethnic communities that are coming here. But look, I'm looking forward to you going into your new home at the Multicultural Hub. That's going to be quite exciting for not only the sector but for the city. Can I also acknowledge the cultural events that you do, which are probably so numerous, I'm not going to go through them, but probably your hero one would be the Festival of Cultures, and we just saw how successful that was recently. But finally, I've often termed this, Palmerston North is New Zealand's most diverse regional city. And when we do have 130 different ethnic communities here, and some of our spread out provincial neighbours are really happy when they've got 60 or 70, I think it just shows the depth and breadth of the city. And you have been laying out that welcoming mat and support network for all newcomers, whether they be migrants, refugees or international students. So thank you for the work you do, and may it continue.
Councillor Finlay.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Back in the early 90s, when the then Mayor Paul Rieger called a public meeting to see if there was a desire to have an ethnic group in Palmerston North, the meeting was chaired then by Paul Rieger, and they elected Ramona Herrera, and they started off the Ethnic Council, what is today. And it's gone from strength to strength, and I think it's proof as it's work moving downstairs. But one of the things that does concern me, particularly with some of the older existing ethnic groups in Palmerston North, is the same problem that every other community group is having, and that's the age of the volunteers. They're getting older and older, and the younger ones are not seemingly coming along to replace them. And I think every community group in the country is having that problem. But we have got to find a way to encourage the young ethnic people to get involved with their groups so they can extend that to their generation. But it doesn't seem to be happening, and it's not just here, it's nationwide. But that's the one thing I am concerned about when I see I go to the Festival of Culture, the people that are there, and some of the groups have pulled out because of the age of the volunteers. And that's something we have got to encourage those young people to get back into their groups and get involved.
Deputy Mayor.
Tēnā koe, Madam Chair, and thank you so much to the Manawatu Multicultural Council. I just wanted to say how grateful I am. I've seen you do so much work, and there are complexities in that work as well, in terms of, as the Mayor had stated, from helping people set up bank accounts, language schools, opportunities, helping them with housing and so forth. So I mihi to all of you and for the wonderful work you do and support what you said, Madam Chair. I couldn't have said it better, so thank you. Ngā mihi.
Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just popped in the queue there to pick up on a point made by Councillor Finlay to say thank you to the Multicultural Council, so I've got my back to you, for your contributions over the years in providing somebody to sit on our Creative Communities panel, because one of the funding drivers for that panel is about enabling cultures to transfer their knowledge. And that's one way that I think Manawatu Multicultural Council is really effectively supporting the retention of cultural traditions within our community and giving us all an opportunity to experience that. And I know Councillor Wood and I have been part of that panel for the last few years, and we've been really impressed to see the number of people of all ages coming through and seeing that transfer of knowledge through within communities to enable people to retain what's important in their community and to pass that knowledge on down. So that's just one way I know that you support that work, and I'm really grateful for it. So thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to the end of comments. I think I would just sum up by saying very well done. We understand and acknowledge it's not an easy area to work in, and that there are challenges for people trying to settle in a new country, and that the combination of support but also celebration and I guess sharing of traditions with the wider community is a really valuable aspect of the work that you do. So we're very grateful, and we're looking forward to you being our new neighbours. With that, councillors, we will take the vote. And that is carried, 14 votes for and none against. Councillors, I propose at this stage that we take a 15-minute break for morning tea, and we'll come back at 10 to 11. Thank you. resume the Community Resilience and Sustainability Committee. If I can just get you to take your seats. Tell me when we're ready to go. Tell me when we're live. Yep. Okay. So welcome back. And our next item is item 11, which is the Resource Recovery Section 17A review. So I'll invite Natasha and Glenn to come down and present that report.
Did you want to do the welcoming communities first?
Oh, sorry. I'm very sorry, Glenn. I've missed out the item before. My apologies, getting ahead of myself. So sorry, the next item is item 10, which is the Welcoming Communities Annual Report. Amy was heaving a sigh of relief there. She thought she'd got away with it, but no. Thanks, Amy. So that's item 10 on page 91 of the agenda. And we'll just wait for the little presentation to come up. Lovely. Thank you. Right, over to you, Amy.
Tēnā koutou katoa, Amy Viles, Acting Manager, Community Development. Ooh, and I just made my chair go down. Great start. Presenting the 8th Annual Welcoming Communities Report on behalf of Dr. Samaya Jafari, Community Development Advisor, working Welcoming Communities. She's not able to present today. Palmerston North City Council has been a part of the Welcoming Communities program since 2017, when it was first piloted. As of March 2026, there are 35 local councils and 5 local boards working with their communities to implement Welcoming Communities program. We have continued to see strong growth in 2025, and here are some of the highlights of the year. In December 2024, Palmerston North's Welcoming Communities accreditation application to progress to Stage 3, an advanced welcoming community, was approved. We are one of the first of 3 councils to achieve advanced welcoming communities accreditation, alongside Tauranga City Council and Ashburton District Council. Achieving this significant milestone reflects our city's continuous commitment and leadership in fostering an inclusive and welcoming environment for all newcomers. The Welcoming Communities program provides an essential link between event organisers and multicultural communities. Strong relationships built over time between council and multicultural communities and facilitated between communities themselves enable meaningful community outcomes to be achieved through events. Attendance at these events continues to increase, reflecting their growing popularity and positive contribution to community connection and inclusion. And Samaya's just included a couple of photos here of examples. Welcoming Communities has continued to partner with Rangitane o Manawatu to formally welcome newcomers to Palmerston North through City Welcome Pōwhiri sessions. 4 sessions were held throughout 2025, attended by a total of more than 450 newly arrived migrants, former refugees, and international students. A group of former refugee communities participated in a guided bus tour of council facilities as part of Meaningful Refugee Participation Project. Participants visited council facilities including the Resource Recovery Centre, Central Energy Trust Wild-Based Recovery, the airport, and the cemetery, and learned about other council services including wastewater management, libraries, parks, and CET Arena. The tour concluded at the council chamber, where Council's Manager of Governance spoke about the importance of local elections and voting. This initiative supports increased civic participation by helping former refugee communities feel confident to take part in local elections and make submissions. As part Apologies, I got out of sync with the slideshow. As part of the Meaningful Refugee Participation project, Welcoming Communities has partnered with the New Zealand National Refugee Youth Council to deliver a free youth-led program for refugee background youth aged 15 to 24 in Palmerston North. This hands-on creative program was launched in September 2025 and consists of 3 leadership levels. In January 2026, the refugee youth leaders celebrated their graduation from Level 1, Emerging Leaders, Building the Foundation, of the Meaningful Refugee Youth Leadership Program. This graduation provided an opportunity to recognise the commitment, learning and contributions of the young people who participated in the program. Welcoming Communities, in collaboration with the Network of Skilled Migrants, Manawatu, and the Central Economic Development Agency, hosted its first Business Information Centre for multicultural communities. The aim of the session was to connect skilled migrants, entrepreneurs, and innovators with the right tools, resources, and support networks to help them thrive in business. It was an opportunity for our multicultural communities to learn about business support services, connect with key organisations, and discover the pathways to succeed. Next steps. Next steps for the program in 2026. So implementation of the program will continue in 2026. In addition to sustaining the current range of successful initiatives, focus areas will include hosting quarterly in-depth business information sessions and civil defence emergency management training for community members. Thank you, and happy to take questions.
Kia ora, Amy, thank you very much for that. And I'll open up if there are any questions from elected members. There are a few. Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It might be a question that is too soon, but it should be taken as how encouraged I am by our progress in this area. We've progressed to being an advanced welcoming community. Would we intend to progress through to stage 4, excelling welcoming community at some point, and what would that take?
Look, I think we're celebrating getting to level 3.
Absolutely.
And enjoying where we are with that. I think in the future, for sure, but we're one of 3 in the country now at level 3, so it's future development, but definitely not something that we're considering right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Amy.
Mayor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Amy. Just those next steps, and first of all, congratulations on the wider team there for all the great work that's been going on. But those next steps are probably where the emphasis needs to go. Employment, and we heard from our last speakers around MMC that employment is always a bit of an issue for newcomers and migrants. Where are we? Who are we engaging with in that space? Do we get? Obviously, the Network of Skilled Migrants, but are there other groups that are involved in that? Do we get CEDA involved? Do we get Chamber? Do we get physical businesses that are keen on looking at, some skilled migrants?
Thank you for the question. It was discussed yesterday at the Welcoming Communities Advisory Group meeting. Definitely CEDA is involved in that, along with the Network of Skilled Migrants, Manawatu Business Chamber also. It's really in the early stages, so that they've had the first business support. They've run it as a pilot, and they're taking feedback about how they can adapt it. There was some feedback about tailoring it and targeting it to specific outcomes, so they're looking at that. So it's really in the early development stages.
Okay. And what about the other one you said was around civil defence and making sure that people were as prepared as they could be? So again, who's leading that out? Is it our people? Is it the regional people? Is it emergency services like FENS, police? Who's doing that work?
So again, that's in the early stages of development. Samaya is working with our Civil Defence Emergency Management team to develop a program of training.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think there are any more questions, so you're happily off the hook, Amy. And thank you for standing in for Samaya. So I'm happy to move that the committee receive the memorandum entitled Welcoming Communities Annual Update, presented to the Community Resilience and Sustainability Committee on the 11th of March 2026. I'll look for a seconder, Councillor Barrett. Just a couple of comments from me as someone who is involved in the Welcoming Communities Advisory Group. I'm obviously well aware of all of the work that goes in. The first thing is I just do want to acknowledge Samaya's work in this programme, which has been absolutely huge. You know, elected members, we only have one member of staff involved in this programme, and it delivers a huge range of outcomes for the good of the city. Obviously, with the help of those people who are giving their time to the Welcoming Communities Advisory Group and with partners, but, you know, we get a big bang for our buck from one member of staff, really, with this. The other thing I just want to say is we are, and have always been, the sort of pioneers in this field. We were one of 5 councils that agreed to be sort of the guinea pig councils, I suppose, when this project was first launched. And we've really worked hard at it to get benefit for the community. And unlike many other programs, this one is focused on the whole community being welcoming. It's not something that, it's not focused on behaviours of newcomers and what they need to do. It's focused on us as a receiving community. What is it that we can do better to make people feel more involved? And it's been really pleasing to see this year quite a lot of innovative projects. So we're not just sitting on our laurels. You know, the business forum was particularly appreciated, I think, by the communities, and that is likely to continue. Plus, we regularly have a guest speaker to the Welcoming Communities Advisory Group meeting, and last year we had Sina from the Emergency Management Group at Council, and I think her talk really highlighted to those of us who were present the lack of preparation and perhaps knowledge in many of our communities about emergency management and how to prepare. So that's what's led to that extra piece of work. So, you know, I just think that this has been and continues to be a very successful and valuable programme, and I'm very grateful to all who are involved. The Mayor would like a comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, just backing up your comments. And thank you, Amy. And just want to acknowledge Samaya and the great work that she's been doing in this space. And that advisory group, and it's really interesting to see just the depth and breadth of people. So you do have the CEDARS, the Chamber, you've got the CAB, Citizens Advice, MMC, the Multicultural Council. Good to see the government is still connected through the Department of Internal Affairs, English language partners, you know, there's volunteer health groups, and of course NGOs and the City Council. You're right, Madam Chair, the city has been a leader in this, and I can remember when we were selected as one of the pilot councils. I felt at the time we'd already laid a good platform, you know, between council, MMC, Rangitane. We'd already been quite welcoming to people that were coming here. This gave it another status. It gave it another program of making sure that it was embedded in everything that we did. One of those things is the city welcoming events, and it's just amazing who turns up to those and who you see at these different events. And new migrants, new international visitors that may come here for a sabbatical or may come here for work or a research project. You have refugees and from all different parts of the world, and then obviously international students. And I just am gobsmacked at who turns up at these events. You know, I think it's really good that, you know, Rangitane, the Multicultural Council, and of course council officers and us as elected members too, because in some countries they've come from, they've never met a councillor, let alone a deputy mayor or a mayor, and they're gobsmacked that they can actually have a discussion with those people. Normally there's security guards or bodyguards around those people. So it's it is quite an interesting process for them and for us at times. I like that they are now looking at the next steps. I think we've laid out the welcoming part well and truly, and we should never lose fact of that. But it's the other services which MMC were sort of teasing out in their presentation. The employment and training side, I think, is paramount of what we do next. Interesting listening to why people sometimes start here but don't go on because they move for either employment or they follow another family that's left for whatever reason. Civil defence, totally agree with your comments. We can never be more, we can always be more prepared, and I think it's not a matter if something's going to happen, it's just a matter of when. So we've just got to make sure we're as resilient as people as we can be. And I think the third thing, and maybe something for the ComDev team to take back, is around the housing and just the making sure we're connected up with the dots. We know it's an issue for pretty well every city in New Zealand, but just in talking to MMC as they were leaving, it is more of an issue than we sort of think. The dots are not connected between the private sector, the government providers. The only one that seems to be connected is us. So I do wonder if there's some more work that could go on there between maybe officers, government officials and NGOs. But anyway, great work. Keep up the good work. It's a real credit to the city that we're sort of at this status, and as you say, Madam Chair, for extremely low cost of just bringing partners in with us and making sure we're holding hands and welcoming people appropriately. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments there, Mr. Mayor. And, I think you've summed it up well. It was remiss of me not to mention Stephanie Velvin, who was our first Welcoming Communities Coordinator, who laid a very good platform for Samaya to build on. So we should acknowledge everyone who's been involved properly. Right, well, at that point, we will take the vote to read the memorandum. Thank you. And that is carried, 14 votes for and none against. Thanks. Okay, now, Glenn and Natasha, your moment has arrived. So item 11 on page 107, the Resource Recovery Section 17A review. So I think, Natasha, you've got some, or maybe Glenn, you've got some comments you want to make about this first? Yeah.
Sorry, wrong button. Good morning. Thank you for having me here and welcome to this meeting. You have before you the outcome of the Section 17A review, supported by a report from our consultant, Morrison Lowe, who undertook this work, and which commenced about 2.5 years ago. It is important to note that the information in this report is a snapshot in time, and things have changed since this report was commenced, including government direction in the resource recovery space, example organics, and costs in providing the services, which were influenced by labour, transport, and the commodity market for our recycling. The review has been split into two: the Section 17A review, and then a broader look at potential collection services and facilities that Council could consider in the future. Today, we have come back to you to report on the Section 17A component and socialise the potential options for future services and facilities. The work shows to date that the services that the Council provide, when compared to the Morrison Lowe model and comparable Council contracts, we are cost effective and we are efficient. The second part of the work, which looks at the potential services and facilities that could be considered for future, applies assumptions, and these were run through the model. We acknowledge that there are errors in some of that report and some of that information, including there is a lack of a definition of a low, medium, and high waste-producing household. In some of the assumptions used in that model. These will be corrected. In order to compare the various options to provide an indication of costs, we selected a medium volume user, of household rubbish disposal. And based on experience and knowledge, the figure that was used in the model was that 80% of households would generate an equivalent volume of 120 litres per week of rubbish that goes to landfill. We acknowledge that this is not a one-fit-size-all option for rubbish disposal, and that some households produce less and some households produce more, with many variables influencing this, including household size. We are aware that there are a range of options in the market for household curbside rubbish disposal, with a range of bag and bin sizes, frequency of collections, and cost structures, from the purchase of the council bags to the private providers where you could subscribe to a month-to-month service or a 12 months in advance service. If elected members were of the mind to pursue some of the potential service and facility options in the report, there is more work required on the assumptions, including the pricing. We are underway with our waste assessment, which will include the most up-to-date information of waste to landfill in Palmerston North. That's all.
Thank you, Natasha. Thank you. Okay, we'll open up for questions. I've got a couple of questions myself first. The first one is, my understanding from your explanation there was that you're sort of looking at this, a piece of work in two parts, so that this report answers the first part of the Section 17A. Are we to expect a further report on future services and activities?
Yes.
Okay. So that, do you need, is that already happening, or do you need a council motion to do that?
Through you, Madam Chair, Glenn O'Connor, Acting Infrastructure Manager. A further resolution or details of council laying out the direction of work would be helpful. Office is certainly framing up some work at the moment, and as Natasha mentioned in her introduction, this is the first stage of that. It is anticipated that we'll bring back options for the long-term plan consideration.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, team, and you know what I'm going to ask. Most of my questions relate to the consultant's report, not the officer's report, just for context, if that's helpful. So I'd like to start on page 157, table 15, where it lays out the effectively total amount of rubbish produced versus tonnes of recycling diverted from landfill. And the total column there, I've noted, shifts quite wildly across different potential delivery models. So the status quo, we assume there is a total amount of waste produced of 19,146. There's a row, 1B and 2A, where the only difference between the status quo is that council provides a wheelie bin rather than private providers, and we remove rubbish bags. And that assumes that 3,169 tonnes of rubbish simply disappears. Why is that?
I will do my best to answer it, but if you need further direction, we'll call the consultant down. So the status quo option uses actuals for the council services, and it also uses an estimate for what the private, whereas all of the modelled options are built from the bottom up, and the quantity of materials and the size of the bins and the receptacles in it. So that is why there is some differential. We also know that if we were to introduce, for example, an organics collection or a FOGO collection, some of those have already been taken care of by home composting or other avenues, and they might come back in or leave the service. We also, you know, there are, what I'm trying to get across is there are a lot of variables for the waste streams, and there are a lot of options. And the model made an estimation. If we were to provide this size receptacle and this, that's how much volume we would get. Do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, probably the one through you, Madam Chair, is I want to say our city, the best we estimate is about 60,000 tonnes, and I'm looking for, 55 to 60,000 tonnes. 3,000 tonnes is probably within the margin of error as we change services across, and a new service will potentially change behaviours, plus or minus composting, food waste, recycling, people using different avenues to get rid of their waste. That might be a vague answer, but that's probably about the best we can do as we build up the model from the ground.
Could I just understand that 55,000, the report here says, I mean, the highest estimate is that there's about 20,000 tonnes. Where's the 55 coming from?
The 55,000 tonnes is at the last waste assessment of the amount of waste going from Palmerston North to the transfer station. So it's the household waste plus all the commercial and industrial waste.
Thank you. So when we put this model together, I appreciate you saying it's from the ground up, but if the assumption of the total amount of waste varies wildly, can you see how, given that we suggest we're going to be diverting more under option 1B and 2A, even though no extra recycling is diverted from landfill, that's potentially misleading to councillors to think that they're achieving a high diversion rate when they're not?
I can see how it's complicated, and that's why at the beginning of my report I indicated that we would come back with further information and further analysis and further assumptions. And now that I understand your queries.
Thank you. How much do we pay for this consultant's report?
Councillor, I don't think that's something that we necessarily want to be talking about in public.
Okay, that's fine, we can move on.
We can get you the answer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In answer to questions I put through yesterday, particularly around table 20 on page 163, it was stated that we're using for our assumptions next year's annual budget's curbside waste cost that hasn't been approved yet. The rest of the report, I note in the assumptions, talks about using data from the previous 3 years, and certainly the price of bags assumed in table 18 is the price of bags currently. Why do we not have a consistent period of data for this report?
Sorry, that was, in answering the question, I was trying to explain why there was a variance, and that the current curbside rate this year is $188, including GST, and at the moment, the draft annual budget is estimating that the curbside charge will be $134, but actually table 20 didn't use either of those figures to come up to their assumption. They used the Morrison Lowe's model to build that up. So that is why when you asked the question to me about you added up the 188, the 69, and then the 395, and you got to 600 and something, but the report in table 20 says 482, and you were querying that. What I was trying to explain to you, and clearly very poorly, that the 482 actually used their Morrison Lowe model and then added in the cost of the rubbish bags, and also the 482 excludes GST.
Okay, so how do we come to these cost per household figures? I appreciate in your opening comments you said that there should have been a definition of small producers, medium and large producers, but how do we come to the conclusion that a medium waste producer would be someone that uses 2 60-litre rubbish bags per week?
That is based on knowledge and experience that both Morrison Lowe and myself hold in terms of national expectations for rubbish disposal. And as I said in my opening statements, there will be some households that produce less than this, and there will be some households that produce more. So there is, and within those low, medium and high, there will actually be a variety of ranges as well. And so it's really hard for us to provide some cost to you without actually making certain assumptions.
So what should councillors make of table 34 on page 192 that shows the average medium cost for a household over the period of a year would be around $277, not $484 as is implied in table 20. What should we make of that?
I wrote some notes on that. Just trying to find the question.
That's right.
Oh, okay. So the $277 for the 1.4 bags per week is what you would pay now, including GST, if you were to have a rubbish-only service using the council service that we provide. What you were to make of the comment of that being $258 is that there would be economies of scale if council was to provide a full-scale rates-funded service to every household. Because at the moment, council is providing one service of up to 4 people who are, four companies who are driving around the city. So there is a lack of economies of scale in that. So by introducing a full rates-funded service, there would be economies and efficiencies of scale.
Thank you, I appreciate that. My question more relates to how in Table 20 it implies there are significant cost savings to the average household that could be made by changing our provision. However, as far as I can read, looking at Table 34, we're already a very affordable service, and different assumptions have been used to inform both tables. So which one should we rely on for our decision making? Because councillors may rightly be concerned that, goodness, it's costing $484 per household, how do we get that down? When in reality, households, certainly judging by Table 34, aren't paying that much anyway.
So the 484, so the 277 is rubbish only. The 484 is rubbish and recycling, so it's the rate, so it's both what you pay and whether you're paying the private provider for your rubbish service or whether you're buying the council bags, and then obviously the recycled rate. What I was clearly didn't indicate in my previous answer was that at the moment there are 5 companies who are doing that service, and so we're all charging that fixed cost of driving around the city and to pick up all of those rubbish bins, but if there or bags. But if there was a rates-funded service and that everyone paid for that, then we would have potentially less on the road, and that we would be able to have efficiencies in scale.
I may not be being clear. I appreciate the argument for a rate-funded service. What I'm asking is the justification for having a rate-funded service is that it would be cheaper than the status quo. What Table 34 shows is that the status quo is already a lot cheaper than potentially the economies of scale we might get from a rate-funded service, given if we assume that the average medium-sized household, it's only costing them $277 per year plus the $134 cost for recycling. How do we make a decision on whether or not a rate-funded service might be more efficient, given the information in Table 20 is inaccurate, or certainly it doesn't show the whole picture?
Through you, Madam Chair. Good point, Councillor. During the next stage of this process, we'll be firming up all the assumptions, all the costs, to bring back to the council table during presumably a series of workshops, testing the assumptions around this table before we got anywhere near a decision to change the services. That's the process we'd work through.
Excellent. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Natasha. Thanks, Glenn. Sticking with page 163 on the agenda, 36 in the consultant's report. I guess looking at figure 8, in a broad sense, what is figure 8 telling us?
I'm just going to phone a friend. I'll be back, if that's all right.
Great.
We can ask, is it Stefan? Yeah, we can ask him to, would you like to come to the table to answer questions? Thank you. Just say your name for the purposes of those who are listening online.
Kia ora koutou, ko Stefan Borovi toku ingoa. From Morrison Law Advisory, we prepared the report. So just to answer the question, thank you very much for the clarification questions. Figure 8 really represents, on the left-hand side, those 4 bars, what the current services are. So significant cost to an average household. And the bars on the right-hand side are showing the modelled costs for all of the services combined. And that's also represented in the numbers below in Table 20.
Thank you. Accepting that there is some uncertainty around models always, what level of confidence could we have in the information, given that there is further work potentially to be done?
through the chair, our model is based on actual data. We carry out procurement processes across the country, and we gather data from those procurement processes, and they involve the cost for bins, trucks, labour, and we also carry out lots of assessments across the country around the quantity of material that is likely to be taken from individual bins of different types. So we place a high level of confidence in our modelled figures. As mentioned earlier, we have had to make some assumptions around the tonnages, particularly for the private waste.
Thank you. So, at least from an elected member point of view, would we be reasonable to conclude from figure 8 that changing some things would more than likely result in saving some money at the household level?
Correct.
Thank you. Can I just get a sense overall of what that would also mean in terms of diversion rates? I guess what I'm trying to establish and understand is, are we in a situation where potentially there's savings to the household at the same time as potentially increasing diversion rates?
Just before you answer, there's no need to swap places. All of those mics could be used, so you don't have to do the musical chairs every question.
To answer your question, Councillor Barrett, yes, if you refer to table 15, there is in the last column, there is a diversion rate percentage calculation there.
Thanks. And what are some of the numbers there?
The status quo is 28%, and introducing the fortnight, as an example, 1D, introducing fortnightly rubbish, weekly organics, we jump up to, the writing is very small for my eyes, but 55%, I think it says.
Right, yeah. So a meaningful increment.
Yes.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Naylor.
Thank you. I'll start on that same page since we're looking at it. The page 157, table 15. I've noticed under the recycling and glass columns that those numbers remain the same under the status quo for a number of those other options, which include an 80 litre, 140 litre or 240 litre wheelie bin. And I'm just wondering if human behaviour is considered at all with this modelling in terms of if there's a big bin there, do you think people's likelihood of putting recycled material in a big bin might increase as opposed to if they're having to pay per bag to put actual rubbish in a bag? Is there any consideration of perhaps potential human behaviour changes if there's a big bin there?
There is always that consideration, but the reason that the recycling component stays relatively stable is that we already have a well-established recycling service. In fact, we've had it for a very long time. So I think that, and we do a lot, and my team do a lot of work in encouraging and providing a lot of information about what can and cannot be recycled. So I feel that it won't change, any change in service, because we're not suggesting to change the recycling service as it currently stands. So that's why we haven't modelled any fundamental shifts in the recycling. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. So you haven't included that in the modelling, any change. So your assumption is that people will still recycle the same amount that they currently do, even if they've got a bin available to put rubbish in.
That is our assumption, yes.
Okay, thank you. So I'm just moving to, our current city strategy and long-term plan on page 178, and particularly the resource recovery plan, and particularly around the aim, the action to reduce waste reduction. So at the moment, there is a financial incentive for people to use less rubbish bags, because then they have to pay less for those rubbish bags. In what way does having a bin that's bigger than a rubbish bag contribute towards our goals of wanting to reduce waste, if that enables people to put more rubbish in with no change in what they have to pay?
Rubbish behaviour is incredibly complex, and financial means is a mechanism to encourage people to be good waste diverters, but in essence, it's about behaviour, and it's about making it as easy as possible. Now, I can accept what you're saying, and I understand that it does feel confusing, and it does and even I can accept that. We do know from experience that if you're already a good waste minimiser, you are not going to predominantly change your habits. And what we've suggested here is that we could investigate rates-funded service. We're not suggesting that we would offer, if we were to do that we would offer a one-fits-all. I know of several other councils that have multiple size bins for different household determinations, and that's one way we could do to support that.
Okay, thank you. Just moving to table 34 on page 192, and looking at the low, medium and high scenarios for users. I see that the low scenario is, the assumption is a fortnightly bag. I'm just wondering, in the assumptions in Appendix F on page 189, talked about that there were 32,000 households modelled, and I'm just wondering how many of those households fit into the low scenario.
As I sort of indicated before, we've talked about low, medium and high, and then there are ranges within that. So our assumption is that around 50%, maybe a little bit more, fit in the middle, and sort of 25% of the households would fit in the low range, which would be anywhere from that incredibly low of 10, 15, 20 litres a week up to more than that, and then there'd be a higher percentage. And the balance would sit in the high waste users.
So around 25% then. Okay, so the people who only use a rubbish bag every 4 or 6 or 8 weeks, would the assumption be that they're in the low category in that 25%?
The assumption would be that they would be in that low category, yes.
Yeah. Okay, and then just moving to page 174. Sorry. Yeah. So in the overall findings and recommended way forward, it talks about acknowledging that existing low waste producing households will pay slightly more. Would you, for someone that perhaps uses a bag only once a month, that they would be paying $33 to $45 a year, would the increase in what they're paying, is that considered only slightly more than $33 or $45 a year?
It would vary depending on your household use, I acknowledge that. I think the word that I've been using with Glenn when we've been talking about this is there'll be some winners and there'll be some losers if council was to introduce a rates-funded service. And I think at the extreme ends of that low and high, that is where you'll see that. Do you want to add to that?
So in terms of the losers that you're talking about, would they be predominant, would the lower income group, or, I'm particularly thinking of superannuants that may have a very small amount of rubbish and perhaps a low income and work quite hard to put a rubbish bag out not very often to save money. Would the losers be more likely to be those on a lower income?
They would be more likely to be the single household or the low volume. I don't know our demographic well enough to understand what that makeup is, but.
And the other question, sorry Glenn.
Through the chair. The other one, typically council is extremely good waste minimisers can be punished in a rates funded scheme. Typically, very good waste minimisers won't access the services because they don't generate waste or recycling as much, so they can be penalised also. And typically, those households subsidise the incredibly heavy users that have a 240 bin and chock-a-block and maybe chuck some in the next door neighbour's bin as well and fill up. So that's the sort of balance the two. So broadly speaking and oversimplified.
Okay, thank you. That's as I expected. The further down that page, on page 174, in the second bullet point at the bottom there, it said that rates funded rubbish and organic waste collection will increase rates but reduce overall household costs. And I'm just wondering, for someone who has a compost bin, recycles and uses a bag every month to 6 weeks, what are the household costs that would be reduced in that scenario?
That's an on average statement. So going back to what we were talking about before, there will be some households that will have no change. There will be some that might actually be slightly worse off, but there will be some that will be better off. But on average, the overall household cost that they're currently paying for disposal of waste and recycling will reduce.
Okay, so when we...
Councillor, have you got many more questions?
This is the final one.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm getting there. So when we get the further report that comes after this, will that help us have a better understanding of, if we went to a rates funded scheme, how that would impact on those lower users that currently would be disadvantaged by a rates funded scheme?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Carew.
Do you think we will have less sorting issues through less general waste being in the recycling if we provide the rubbish bins, and would that save costs?
Well, that's a tricky question, because that actually comes down to behaviour as much as it comes down to anything. So, some councils do report less contamination in their recycling that do have a rates funded service. Some report the similar ones to us. We would hope that there would be a change in behaviour, and it would certainly be part of any rollout that we would put in a lot more comms about the impacts of that.
It sounded to me like maybe it would be, in general, just generally speaking, that it would be better for families to have this service provided through the council. Do we know how many families we have in Palmerston North?
The information that I have is how many households and how many people are in those households. But yeah, there would be some people that would benefit from this. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Natasha, Glenn, and Stefan. That is the end of the questions. Okay, so the recommendation is that Council note a Section 17A has determined that the current model of in-house service delivery for the resource recovery activity is cost effective, and agree responsibility for governance, funding and delivery continue to be exercised by Council. I'm happy to move that, and I'll look for a seconder, Councillor Barrett. So I'll open this up for comment. I think, I note there's been quite a lot of discussion and questions about this report, both prior to it being presented and today. I think we have to be clear that there's two things going on in this report. One is our current model cost effective as delivered by Council? And this has clearly shown that the answer is yes. So that's the first part. The second part is, are there improvements that we could make that would reduce cost to households and or reduce cost to Council and or increase our waste diversion? I think Councillor Barrett asked that question quite clearly, and the answer was yes, there are improvements. Have we been able to get all of the details, the costings, the modelling that we need to advance any of those solutions at the moment? No, but they are being worked on. So that's my take from this paper. So that's why I'm happy to support the current recommendation. I know that some elected members are thinking about giving some direction to officers in terms of what areas they'd like to see explored, and I'm happy for those to come forward as we go through the debate. Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think you've summed up thoughts around recommendation 1 quite well. Just wanted to inquire when you'd like to consider any additional recommendation.
I'm happy to consider it now if you want to put it forward.
Great, thanks. That would be helpful from my perspective. Colleagues will have seen this on email. Hopefully it's coming to screen fairly soon. I can just talk you through the motivation here a little bit. My concern is that the next steps as articulated in the paper are quite broad. They could go any of dozens of directions and chew up a lot more consultants' money. We don't know exactly how much money has gone in to date, but in my view, some focus was worth providing at this stage so that officers have an indication in terms of where we'd like to go. I do well accept that the report that we've had isn't absolutely perfect. I think models, never are. And there's certainly some work to tease out the demographics that you've noted, Councillor Naylor, and the assumptions that you've been concerned by, Councillor Wood, and the rest of us, to be honest. But I think the big picture is actually quite clear, that there is opportunity here to both lift performance and to reduce costs. And we want to get the focus in on achieving that. I'm actually quite struck by the parallels here between the conversation around resource recovery and the conversation around waters. We've been in this chamber for years hearing about scale, hearing about coordination, hearing about service performance, and I feel like that same conversation around scale, mix of service providers, mix of operators is actually really, really relevant in the resource recovery space. We're currently quite fragmented, as the report shows, in terms of rubbish collection services. That's not optimized. We have low diversion rates, etc. So there's some work that we should well pursue as council to direct that. And again, the report has 27 different variants in it. I am not interested in the next cycle of reporting having 27 variants mapped out. It's really about making sure that we pursue the main questions that are on our minds and that are potentially options that we could put to the community if and only if the numbers stack up. So I think there's a case to ensure that this work is focused. I think it's also quite timely because we're in a moment where the state of local government is quite fluid, how local governments are constituted, how we work with our neighbors is very much a live topic. So I think having a clear signal from this table that we're interested in these regional questions and that we're prepared to look at how we reorganize services is helpful. So that's kind of the broad context. Briefly on the three there, organics and green waste. The rationale there is that that's the number one way we can actually lift diversion rates. We can potentially build soil. We can potentially create energy out of that. It's something that some of our neighbors are already starting to test, and it's worth having in the mix to see do the numbers stack up or not. Single provider. So that could be insourced or outsourced. This isn't about whether it's insourced or outsourced. It's about whether a single provider option is something that could deliver some efficiencies. And again, just reminded of the conversations we've had about water and number of connections and how when number of connections go up, price comes down and all that kind of stuff. Other cities have gone this way and it has been mixed results at times. So I think we'd want to see some learnings from how well single provider models have gone and have a discussion about whether that was actually something we wanted to raise with the community. And then the regional facilities, obviously that's a scale conversation. And I do think we need to be frank about the current location of our MRF not being that great. It sits against a river. It's really only accessed through a residential neighborhood, and you can only really get there one way. Where we're actually building an industrial park, you can access from 4 directions, and thinking about the potential for regional facilities to move. So I'd like to see all three of these explored. I'd hope that you could see a case for us to move in that direction. Again, the request here is for costings and for impact assessment, and that would help us as we head towards the LTP in my view. So hopefully you can consider supporting both of these recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the team for answering a series of questions that were put to them both before the meeting and on the day. I'm going to keep my comments relatively short on the actual report itself, because if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. I seriously am concerned with the methodology and the assumptions that have been provided, and so I take confidence in our officers' comments that as we go through into the next stage of this process, the assumptions will be reassessed and further information will be provided. I think it is odd to not have an assumption as to what is the total amount of waste in the city and then how do different models impact that diversion. To have the total amount of waste vary on every single model means that if you change the denominator, you get a different percentage of diversion without actually making a difference. And so on table 15, where it says if we went to a council bin model, there would simply be 3,000 less tonnes of rubbish, does not, in my opinion, make any sense with no other interventions provided. In fact, all the information we've had to date through workshops and these reports shows that by removing bags and just giving people bins, they will create more rubbish, not less. What this report has shown very clearly is that council rubbish bags are by far the cheapest way to get rid of your waste. And so why do people not use council rubbish bags at the moment? Why do 70% of the population choose to use bins? Because they're easier. Because you can chuck your printer in it and throw whatever you want away and you don't have to think about it. I have a household with 5 people in it and I use council bags because they are well the cheapest. And I use one 60-litre bag a week. Never in the last 4 or 5 years have I needed to use 2 or even 3 bags, as assumed that all households would be doing in figure 8 and in table 20. So I would urge councillors not to give too much consideration to figure 8 in table 20, where it shows significant cost savings to be made from different models of delivery, because I'm not confident that the assumptions made as to what the current costs of households are accurate, as is evidenced by table 34. When the officers tested those assumptions, it showed significantly lower costs per household than what is portrayed to us in figure 8 in table 20. So the reason for supporting and seconding Councillor Barrett's motion is this. I would like to see a positive way forward from this information. There are some opportunities identified here that I would like further costings and impact assessments on so that we can consider consultation with the community. To be very clear, my support of this motion doesn't mean that, in fact, inevitably, I suspect Councillor Barrett and I may end up on opposite sides of the debate when it comes to these. At the moment, I'm not convinced that we should have organics or green waste collection, but until we consult the community on that and say, here's the cost, here's the impact, do you want it or not, the question will remain. And I think it is a worthy question to ask our community. It may well be that the community wants it, it may well be that the community doesn't. I have sympathy for Councillor Barrett's argument that it is not particularly efficient to have 5 rubbish trucks going up and down every cul-de-sac in the city every week. Now, I'm not saying, certainly not in the figures today, that I'm convinced that a single provider option is the right way to go, but I would like to see further costings and impact assessments given to our community. I think that is a worthy topic of discussion. Much the same as I think it is absurd that Tararua drive past us and drop their recycling in New Plymouth, and that Wanganui drive past us and drop theirs in the Hut. I think there is definitely a conversation worth having around the possibility of a regional resource recovery facility. So I want to see the costings. The debate here today is not about whether you agree or disagree with these specific items, and there's a line in there that says including but not limited to, that's doing a lot of heavy lifting, that if the officers identify other opportunities as a result of this work and this report that I'd like to explore, they're very welcome to bring that information back to us for our consideration for consultation with the community. But please, councillors, let's not get into a big debate today about whether we agree with those specific items. It is more around whether we agree further information would be helpful to then go out and consult the community on if we so choose to do during the LTP. But it's better to have that information and wrap it into an LTP consultation rather than have to undertake a separate consultation process if this work is delayed. So I think it is worth supporting, and I hope councillors agree.
Thank you. Councillor Naylor.
Thank you. I'm pleased that this review has confirmed that our in-house model of delivery is cost-effective, and that's a useful bit of information, and one that under legislation we need to check from time to time. In terms of a lot of the information, I did struggle with the way a lot of this, the information was presented in this report, though, particularly insofar as I don't believe this report really explored how any change of methodology of resource recovery, how that would impact on particularly the lower users. And I feel that many places in this report was quite overstated, this sort of household savings that might be evident. I'm really concerned for that 25%, as you probably could tell from my questions, that 25% low user, plus there's a whole lot of users that fall under that category of being less than what even a low user has been categorised in this report, who actually contribute currently to our waste minimisation goals as a council. We're ignoring that when we simply say providing a bigger bin is going to be better. So I do look forward to further information coming in, and particularly interested in the impact assessment, particularly on those lower income, because as or lower users, of which many I presume will be in the lower income category of our community. And as we've heard, there'll be winners and losers, and my big concern is that many of the losers will be those people in our community who can afford it least. So I'm nowhere near convinced that we need to move in some of the areas that this report indicates, but we'll look forward to further information coming.
Councillor Kuru.
Low-income households and large families, I believe, need this service. It would reduce the barriers to being a good recycler and to being good to the environment. They put waste in the recycling bins because they can't afford general waste bins. A lot of these whānau would be with kāinga ora, and they should be approached, and they could be and should be a partner. I think we should strategically be taking services back into the council's fold, that we do a really, really good job in this area, and that we can deliver efficiencies through scale for our ratepayers, and also we have the ability to reduce stress and barriers from low-income families. So it's a yes from me.
Councillor Dennison.
Thank you, Chair. The only point I was wanting to raise is around the regional resource recovery facility being proposed in the recommendation too. Just in the fact of the work that I would see needing to be outlaid. There's a conversation at Zone 3 in our area with our other regional neighbours around having a wider understanding of where their current services lay and their buy-in for even doing exploratory work, let alone just where our neighbours sit. So I think there's a lot of assumption there that we would be the needing to be the leader in that space, and whether we should be doing work at this early stage or in this proposal, I just question. But other than that, I feel like the comments that have been made are fairly valid. I think Councillor Woods highlighted the variations and the assumptions, and that made it harder to understand, which was needing to be fleshed out with the questions. So I thought that was helpful. But other than that, thank you, Madam Chair.
Matt Smith.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Look, again, thank you for the report. I think it did, as I think Councillor Naylor said, it did highlight that our current service is fit for purpose, and we're doing the best we possibly can there. I do like the shared service nature of this, and as Councillor Barrett said, scale is important. We've been talking about that with waters, and I think it's even more so in this sector. But as we know, it's extremely hard to get our sector to come together on different things. And again, just quoting Councillor Dennison, do we go? I mean, we've seen dog pounds that have been built in different areas. We've got another one being built 30 minutes away from us. It should be coming to us. And this is another example of that. We need to do a bit more work in this space, and it's not simply an officer sending an email to another officer in another town. I think there needs to be some political pressure put on at the highest level as well. So Zone 3, Merrill Forum, are we going to do this? Is there an appetite for it? Because otherwise we're just going to waste some more money on another report and then find out that our closest neighbour 15 minutes away is building exactly the same thing. And so, look, but I think it's worthy of putting it on the table. So scope's important though. We know organics are expensive. I know it's probably closer to the heart to some councillors here than others, but that will be expensive. The single provider of rubbish, I totally get what people are saying, but how do you do that? And when it's been done in other cities, it normally means the city exits and it gets taken up by the private sector. That has ended very badly for some other cities. So just a word of warning there, that if we're providing a really good service at the moment and we're thinking of rolling up and going into some commercial service, because I don't know how you do that. I don't know how they would come to us. They haven't already, so why would they come now? Unless it was more of a scale game with a regional facility. So I'm interested to explore it, but I am a little bit sceptical that the scope is so wide here that we may get exactly what we've already got. So just a little bit more work on from officers, and I'm certainly going to ask the question with a bit of help from SLT around the regional resource recovery, what that actually means, because I haven't heard another mayor come to me and say, hey, we're going to bring all our recycling to you. So let's have a more high-level discussion around that. Thank you.
Thank you. So at the moment, we've got the two recommendations on the table. Councillor Barrett, did you want to have a right of reply to your recommendation? Okay. I'm going to have a comment then on the second recommendation, and then I'll offer you right of reply again if you wish it, which is just around the assumption that those who are putting general waste and recycling are low-income families who can't afford rubbish bags. We did think that might be a possibility, and we ran a trial a couple of years ago now, I think, or it might be more than that, of free rubbish bags for a period of time if you had a community services card, and it made no difference whatsoever. So I think, although the thought is in our heads that it might be an income-related thing, it seems to be much more a behaviour-related thing. So just to back up what the officers were saying about that, we did run that trial and it didn't prove what we thought. So interesting. Okay, did you want to comment? Yeah, Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just briefly to acknowledge and thank colleagues for the range of perspectives around this, and absolutely don't see any of these in a fixed way yet. I think we just simply need more information. This is what that's about. And I think in terms of the points raised around regional resource recovery facility, very fair to acknowledge that there's some other players in this space, but I think we should, as the largest city, be prepared to enter that conversation on at least an equal footing and see where it goes. I'd encourage you to support it on that basis. Thank you.
Okay, is anybody wanting these two recommendations to be separated? No. Okay, well then we'll vote on recommendations 1 and 2 together. And then it's carried 13 votes for and none against. Thank you. Okay, our next item is item 12, which is the Climate Action Plan Engagement Analysis. So I'll invite Adam Jarvis to present that paper. Thank you. It's the right-hand button.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, yes. Madam Chair, elected members, just very briefly, as you can see, we had a one-line action in the LTP around creating co-developing a climate action plan. We came back to this chamber following the passage of the LTP, asking essentially for some terms of reference about what that looks like. The conclusion of that was that we would create a long list of potential actions following a series of engagements with the community, which is what we've then done. Just note quite a range of responses, as you'll see. There's a comment there on, excuse me, paragraph 2.3, just in terms of, I guess, reflecting the depth of the conversation that we had in some cases, many hours long, working with the likes of E&M, workshopping different ideas, a lot of back and forth, some of which they've taken away and developing, and others of which is simply a comment on social media. But we've treated these suggestions, as far as the report's concerned, with the same degree of attention. So that that's in the appendix that you see. So some of those are clearly representing quite a lot of time and effort that's been put into it, and others are perhaps a more off-the-cuff comment. But with that, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Adam. I'll open up for questions. Councillor Sabellin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Adam. I had a few questions. One was about the scoping report, or the terms of reference report that preceded this, and that mentioned holding a micro-conference to and solicit low carbon fund type cost-benefit case studies, and I wondered if we've done that as part of this engagement. Has that happened?
Sorry, I don't have that particular report in front of me, but we did engage with some conferences, particularly through Massey University. There was a Sustainable Development Goal conference that we engaged with, but in terms of a specific, just for this project, that's not something that we ended up pursuing. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Another question, which is, I wondered, there's been a lot of categorisation work that's been done with all of the suggestions, but I wondered if we'd done any sort of more thematic analysis of the engagement data that we've had back.
Sorry, could you clarify what you mean by thematic?
Yeah, so often when we get sort of engagement summaries come back, we'll get some information to say, you know, this many were interested in this particular thing, this many were interested in this. It tells us like emerging themes, or to get a bit of structure, I guess, to the spreadsheet, so we could understand what the data was telling us at a more thematic level.
Sure. So I guess in contrast to a number of engagement sessions around, thinking, for example, the Nicolate Reserve recently, where there's a particular decision that's being asked, and thus, you know, that's standard. We didn't pursue that, but it's a data that could get back to you on.
Okay, thank you. I had a couple of other questions. One was related to, have we done any assessment of or analysis of co-benefits relating to any of these suggestions, which relates to the original action in the LTP? Was it the plan would identify co-benefits?
Yeah, so there's part of the challenge that I had was just simply, given the volume of responses and the scale of a single A4 page, was just getting all of the information into a single format that was still readable. And the challenge there really is given, let me put it this way, what we're seeking, at least in part from you today, is a bit of a steer on which areas that you'd like to see a greater degree of analysis of, and then that would be the idea that we would come back at that stage with, you know, a much deeper analysis, including that co-benefits.
Okay, thank you. Just also in the next steps part of your report, it doesn't refer to a plan being developed. Sort of talks more about finding various vehicles to advance certain items from the list. Does that mean that we won't be producing a plan?
Well, ultimately that'd be over to you. Officer advice at this stage is that we have a plan. It's the climate change and sustainability plan that exists within the LTP, and that it would be a departure from standard practice, one might say, or the practice that we've brought across the rest of the LTP to do something in parallel now when we're due to review that plan coming forward. So absolutely, we can produce something separate, but the recommendation at this stage at least is to wrap up this work into the development, which is of the subsequent climate change action plan, or whatever it is that ends up looking like through the LTP, rather than doing a separate thing in parallel.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I guess my question is that sort of I think they're two separate things, because the climate and sustainability plan is a council delivery vehicle through the city strategy, whereas this climate plan that we're talking about was a specific action in the LTP to be a co-developed with the community and to be a community-focused plan. So can I take it from what you've said is that the officers are saying that we're covered, we don't need to deliver on that LTP action because we've got our own plan?
That's probably not quite how I'd characterise what we're saying. I think to the extent that you want a distinct package of work looking at something that's in partnership with the community, and I forget the exact words that you mentioned there, we're suggesting, at least at this stage, that we would like some guidance from you around which particular areas you want us to focus on and take a deeper dive in. There's obviously, you know, with 243 different separate actions, some of which have had more attention put into than others, to proceed at this stage with creating that, you know, we wanted to come back to you first. And so all else being the same, the suggestion is that we can go ahead and wrap this up into the LTP. I think that would be a reasonable conclusion. Or if there were significant areas that are very much leaning towards a partnership type plan on particular subject areas or with particular projects, then it may well be that is most appropriate to be done separately.
Sure, thank you, that's helpful.
Sorry, General Manager, Strategic Planning would just like a comment.
Yeah, just briefly through Madam Chair. I don't think there's any reason why the climate change and sustainability plan developed alongside the LTP cannot contain projects that we see the community leading or the council supporting in some way, shape or form through funding. It's not uncommon for the council to support projects or community projects in a variety of ways through either funding, in-kind support, coordination. You know, I think of this morning we've had a range of presentations where community are delivering on projects or outcomes through you know, support from the council, but support in other ways. So I think it's, yeah, appreciate the climate change and sustainability plan tends to largely address council activities, but I don't see any reason why that can't, during its development, reference outcomes that we expect the community or actions that the community would like to take forward.
Sorry, Councillor Zawal, had you finished your questions? Okay. Councillor Barrett.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Adam. Just looking at the list there, it feels to me pretty heavily balanced towards things that council ought to do rather than things that the community might do. Is that a fair summary of the balance?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's probably fair, yes. Even in the conversations that we ended up having with the community sector, and I'm thinking here particularly of V&Ms and the workshops that we held there, a theme coming through from that, even that workshop, was we would like to see council do more.
And did we take, well, okay.
And that our capacity, sorry, by conception is limited.
Yeah. And did we engage, broadly, so I've heard E&M raised a few times, but did we engage with, the business community, major institutions in the city, et cetera?
Through you, Madam Chair, there is a sort of summary list there of some of the engagement that we did. So the various reference groups, all of the reference groups that council has with other sectors of the community. There was a number of business engagements.
Great.
I can't offhand recall, but it was a broad engagement exercise conducted over there in months.
Great. So my real question now is in those engagement exercises, did we ask a really open question, or did we specifically say what are some things that the community could be leading?
So I think there's a little bit of a mix here. Some of the comms and marketing material that was produced in-house was leaning much more towards what is council wanting to do. So you'll have seen a number of posts along those lines. You may have seen come up through social media, for example, or the little hexagonal cards that we did. There's various reasons that was done in terms of trying to promote engagement about the process more generally, directing people to website to engage more.
Yep.
But the workshops themselves tended to be far more open-ended in terms of where does the city broadly need to go to over the next 20, 30 years, and how can we work together to achieve that? That was the general tone of those engagements.
Thanks. So there wasn't really a specific question in there around what could be community-led. It was more of a broad, how do we all move forward together?
I think that'd be a fair characterization.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Naylor.
Thank you. Just looking at some of these mitigation policies on this long list here, particularly on the bottom of page 200, and this touches into our previous paper as well, but 200 and 201, there's some that relate, say, for example, to it says community compost collection. Everyone should have a compost bin, food, give us a food waste bin, food compost collection, etc., where I presume that we wouldn't do all of them, that we'd need to focus on one option or less. But what would be the process to get that information on cost and impact in order to narrow that down?
So you'll see in just the left-hand column there's a sort of a suggested vehicle. So many of the waste questions that you've raised, we're suggesting that there's already a process in train, and the previous report covered part of that, and that we're rather than duplicating that work through this, we're suggesting that actually the appropriate vehicle for getting answers to those questions is most likely those reviews.
Okay, that makes sense.
Thank you. That's the end of the questions. Thank you, Adam. Okay, so we have the officer's recommendation. I'm aware of an amendment to the officer's recommendation and also an additional recommendation. So what I intend to do is to move the officer's recommendation as is to start with and look for a seconder, Councillor Bowen. I'll speak to it, and then Councillor Barrett, I think it's your amendment, isn't it, to 1? Yeah. Then if you want to come in at some point when it suits you with your amendment, then we'll then move to discuss the amendment. But I think it might be helpful to have Councillor Zabellan's additional recommendation on the screen. If we have a seconder for that, do we? Is that the Mayor? You're seconding that, are you, Mr. Mayor? Okay. So if we can put Councillor Zabellan's additional recommendation on the screen so people can see what's coming, I guess it's helpful. Okay. So just to speak to the officer's recommendation first then, I think that this is one of those situations where we might be sort of working at cross purposes from one another, where council staff feel that the actions that are identified through the engagement could become part of the already existing climate change and sustainability plan that we'll be reviewing as part of the long-term plan, and that other elected members want a separate, perhaps, community-focused climate action plan that it may be a standalone or as a section of the original one, I'm not quite sure. So I guess the question is, do we want to follow officers' advice to roll it all into one plan, or do we want to create another plan? And for the time being, I'm happy with the officer's advice. I don't think that we need to be expanding into additional plans at this point. I think it would be better to roll up the recommendations into the already existing climate change and sustainability plan. Anyway, happy to open the floor to further debate. Councillor Zabellan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'll speak to both matter of efficiency, but I also just did want to send acknowledgements to our fellow councils who are still picking up the pieces after the steady string of extreme weather that have caused a lot of damage in their communities just this year, and including our neighbours in the Manawatu district, and also the ones who are bracing for the next lot that is due to land this afternoon, and also acknowledge all the people who engaged with our sessions and contributed their ideas towards our plan. What we originally asked officers to deliver as a long-term plan action was a year one action to develop a community-focused citywide climate action plan that articulated co-benefits other than just emissions reduction, what other benefits we could get, and identifying projects that might attract co-funding. So that's an existing action currently, and it's in the long-term plan. So not looking to create an additional plan, it's already in there, and this is the latest step in that process. My alternative recommendation is that we just continue doing this work as planned to inform the LTP. So it's not a new action, it's just
sorry to interrupt you, Councillor. Is this an additional or an alternative?
Alternative.
Okay, because I was advised it was an additional recommendation.
It can be additional?
There was quite a lot of consultation around the desk as to whether your recommendation was additional or alternative, but it does affect the way we debate it, so yes. It is important. So are you proposing this as an alternative recommendation to 1 or additional to 1?
I would prefer it as an alternative.
Okay, in that case, I'm sorry to interrupt you, and it was my misunderstanding and also advice I was given. In that case, what we should do properly is debate and vote on 1, which was moved first, and if 1 fails, we then move to debate and vote on 2.
Yes, am I able to do comments on the first?
You are. You absolutely are,
okay,
and I'm
brilliant.
happy for your time to start again from the start, because I'm sorry that
No,
wasn't
that's
well
fine.
managed.
I think my points are largely the same as to why I would prefer not to proceed with the officer's recommendation, and why the second is preferred, but they correlate. So as to the first point, the scoping, so we put this plan in the LTP as a year one action, and then the scoping report that came to us identified the process that we would follow. And it said we would have engagement, workshops, a micro-conference, cost-benefit case studies, and then the draft, and then we would produce a draft plan to inform the LTP. That's what is set out in the scoping report. But what we've got at the moment is an engagement summary, and it's a spreadsheet of brainstormed ideas with some costing and some comment. But the recommendation before us skips the draft the plan bit and just forwards up to 248 ideas into the long-term process, and that's quite a major deviation from the agreed action in the long-term plan and from what was indicated in the scoping report, which is why I wanted to put an alternative there. I'll just adjust my notes. There are some models that are already approved by council, which looks at the whole community, such as the Bunnythorpe Community Plan, which sets out the high-level direction and the aspiration. It breaks it into themes and specific items, and it identifies lead agencies, and it feeds into budgeting processes while not committing budgets in and of itself. But I would oppose this one on the basis that we haven't delivered what we said we would deliver in the long-term plan, but we still easily could. We've got a template for it. We said we would deliver a community-focused climate plan. That's not a new action, it's an existing one. But this asks us to send raw data from our engagement process as potential new actions to the LTP. It's a whole other kettle of fish. It doesn't have context, it doesn't give it direction. It lets each one sink or swim based on its merits without actually wrapping it up in a plan. And that was the basis on which the community engaged with us and gave us that data, was contributions towards a plan. So I would oppose this option because it doesn't deliver what we said we'd deliver, and look to an alternative which just closes that loop and gives us a contextual list of actions that the community have fed into so that we can then go into the LTP with a finished product and having delivered on what we've said. Sorry, that's a little bit muddled, but I think that's the point.
Thank you. And I do apologise for interrupting halfway through, but it does really affect the process as to whether yours was an additional or an alternate. Okay. The Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, you probably are right in your summing up at the start about maybe we do want the same thing. We're just going about it from different angles. Look, I seconded Councillor Isabellan's alternative, alternative, to get it on the table and get the discussion, because I think it does need a bit of direction is needed. And like Councillor Isabellan, I think we are wanting to continue. We're not asking for anything new. It's really around the status quo. Thank the officers, especially Adam, who's great on this analytic stuff. But this is a spreadsheet in a sense. How do we get that a little bit more? How do we develop that into a document or a plan that we can take to the public? So I too could see the sense in something like the Bunnythorpe Community Plan, which was the outcome of attending forums and community meetings, etc. And also some of the stuff in this is very aspirational. You know, I'll give you an example, building windmills to add to the grid at a cost of 30 million, all great stuff, but very, very aspirational, and possibly would never happen from a council initiation or even the community. But then there's other stuff around just adjusting our procurement policies to reflect some better environmental outcomes, so which doesn't have much cost, if anything at all, but has quite a impact for the environment. So those things are quite different. And how do you show those in some sort of plan? At the moment they sit on a spreadsheet and they can sometimes get lost in that. Partners are really important to this as well, not only the community residents, but groups. We've just heard from a number of them today, including NGOs, Environment Network Manawatu, those sort of groups and their partnership network feed into this. And then obviously business and industry, which sometimes doesn't get tapped for this in a coordinated, joined up way. Some of our big companies here, the likes of Toyota, Fonterra, FMG Plumbing World, those sorts of entities, they have sustainability teams certainly have sustainability officers. And I know Adam and the team do speak to those people, but it'd be good to have a little bit more joined up from a city perspective in that space. And then also the government. Although the government have pulled back in some of this space, they're certainly still, from the Ministry for the Environment, is still active, DOC are active, and of course other TAs. And we spoke about resource recovery just a moment ago. So I think there needs to be some direction about what this looks like. I'm a bit agnostic of which one gets approved, but as long as there's more than just the spreadsheet. So that's where I was coming from, and trying to support Councillor Isabella and a few others that were of the same thinking. Thank you.
Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to join the debate to say I agree with Councillor Isabella. I think we should do what we say we're going to do, and I'd encourage councillors, if the boot was on the other foot, so you all know this isn't an area of particular passion for me, but there are lots of areas I have particular passions for, and if there was a plan that you had got into the LTP to develop a community action plan, and then you got to the stage and the officer said, oh, we're just going to roll it up into our council plan, you probably would want to see the original action done, because that's what you're passionate about. And so for me, I think it is a sense of fairness that if this was a housing plan that I had a lot of interest in, and then we were in this situation, I'd want to see that done the way that we agreed we would do in the long-term plan. So although I'm not passionately opposed to number one, I will vote against number one and vote in favour of number two. The reason I think this is different from just a council plan is because this is largely reliant on the wider community, government, council, community groups, individuals and corporates. As the Mayor highlighted, the idea of wind farms, that's something we can encourage corporates to look at. Obviously, the government's looking at the ratepayer assistance scheme at the moment, which might have an opportunity for low interest loans for people who want to install solar panels or whatever they may want to do in their own backyard. It provides a one-stop shop for individuals who are particularly passionate in this space to go, okay, what can I do to be part of the wider city framework? So although I don't feel particularly passionately about the plan, I do think we should do what we said we would do, and therefore I think it would sit better as a community action plan rather than an addendum to council's plan, because I don't want to see council doing most of this stuff. I think it is well outside what we can afford to do and what our scope is. So I would rather it is set up and framed as a community action plan where different partners are identified with whatever scale it looks like. But I don't think council can do this on our own. So I would rather put it in that context.
Sorry, Councillor Dennison.
Thank you, Chair. I was of a theme of speaking along the lines of opposing recommendation one and going with the two, being a more moderate approach to this. I was just, the rough order costs on some of these initiatives are just unbelievable, that would even want to refer them through. And I think why it's a long list, I think it's a very unachievable, unperceivable type of list. And someone suggested sheltered bike lanes at 500,000. Like, I just don't think there's even political appetite for even proposing this. And to say that we accept this list to refer it to our long-term plan, I think it actually opens up the integrity of our long-term planning process. And so I do reflect last week we opposed a more moderate, more reasonable program to the long-term plan. If that's a benchmark, this again, I think is what I'm drawing back to parallels. We don't want to refer false hope or false realities into a process that is actually quite important and quite robust to make sure we get a good outcome for our city. So without highlighting again further examples out of this, the budget reality of it is that we've just got too much pressure on, and these aren't really achievable in the reality. And so if we can get something more moderate, more attainable for the climate change and sustainability plan, I'm more comfortable with that. Thanks.
Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to hear the debate. So far, I'm going to try and see if there's an appetite in the room for something that some might call both and, so we'll need some ruling probably from governance and chair in terms of whether it's a fair approach. I've just sent through a new recommendation, amendment, which would need a seconder to get to the point of debate. Hopefully it's coming to the screen soon.
So that's an amendment to 1.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm happy to second that. Oh, no, what's that? I can't. Why not? Oh, okay. All right. Well, you'll have to look for a seconder from the room then, Councillor.
Great. If we can get it to the screen, there might be a chance of finding one.
I actually think, in terms of process, that Councillor Bowen and I could consider it a friendly amendment, and could we not? And just accept it? So actually we could, if you don't have another seconder, we could do that.
Cool. Happy to go that path. So the amendment does seek to ensure that we continue to drive towards an outcome that sees council not entirely on the hook. And that's why we started this whole thing. We were in a rut where everything that was in the climate space came back to council to pay for, council to lead, council to do. And we need to get into the space where community is acknowledging both some of the risk and opportunity in the climate space and leading out some initiatives. So actually, the Bunnythorpe plan is quite a good example. We sat down and said, how can we get the community to carry some of this, and how can we get council so that we get further together? So this approach basically enables the officers to continue working towards a long-term plan with some of the things that are in the spreadsheet. But importantly to me, directs continued engagement with the community so that we can get some community-led initiative and some community-led investment coming into this space so that we can move forward in a way that doesn't see all the cost and all the work coming back onto council books. So hopefully folks can see their way to supporting this. It is a bit of a both and, I'll acknowledge that, but I think it gives us both the opportunity to keep the long-term plan process intact and working well within the climate changes and sustainability plan, and also allows us to keep pushing community to get some engagement and investment in community-led initiatives into the mix going forward. So hopefully you can support this. Thank you.
Okay, just to try and keep in control of the process here, since this is an amended now recommendation, if those who've spoken to it before wish to speak again and address the amendment, I'm happy to accept that. Otherwise, we'll just continue on the debate so that no one feels disadvantaged. Okay, Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Speaking to the amended recommendation, I'm happy actually to find a yes and here. I think Councillor Zabellin's points were well made about the original intent of doing this piece of work and wanting to see that promise fulfilled through into our LTP. I think there are two separate strands of work here. There's the council plan and this idea of a community-led action plan as well. There's also clearly a tension around the spreadsheet, which is, I think, came out in the officer's response to questions that there's existing programs of work, the waste minimisation plan being the big one there, that these things could be filtered through. There's also a lot of very good ideas, but some of which are a little bit back to the future. I noticed there's a pilot in nappy collection and recycling service in there. We've actually done that a few years ago. That information is there. So it needs a little bit more teasing out of what information is already in place. And we saw in an earlier debate, the Chair's recollection of the pilot scheme on free rubbish bags. Sometimes we've done work and that work has been parked, and it might not be in the community's memory, it might not even be in officers' memory, but somewhere in our institutional memory, it's there and would provide a useful frame for some of these suggestions. So I think to progress both parts of this in parallel, in the hope that the second part can inform the first by the time we get to the LTP, would be a sensible way of going forward. So I'm pleased to accept the friendly amendment into the recommendation. Thank you.
Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's perhaps a question on intention to yourself or Councillor Barrett, if that's acceptable with the amendment. So I just want to understand, Councillor Barrett said that he'd like us to go out and, develop community-led initiatives. My understanding is this spreadsheet is a result of us going out to the community asking for initiatives we could run. Do you see us doing something different to what we've got in front of us, or is progressing this into the plan that Councillor Zabellan refers to your intention?
Thank you. My read of the response from officers is that we went out with some quite generic conversations with stakeholders and said, what would you like to see done about climate? And when somebody from council shows up and says, what would you like to see done? The usual response from the community is, council should do something. I think we need to be really clear and intentional in those conversations and frame those questions about what initiatives could the community lead, right, so that we potentially get community action and engagement on this, and we don't end up with everything mapping back to our council and our ratepayers having to front the cost.
Okay. Madam Chair, is it right if I just make a brief comment then? Is it right if I just make a brief comment then on the amended recommendation?
Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you. Sorry to jump back in, councillors, but I won't support the amended recommendation. I agree with Councillor Dennison that referring all of this work into the long-term plan isn't a good starting point. I think perhaps the question's been framed a bit wrong to begin with, because, obviously council is not going to build a wind farm. That is in no way, shape or form something that our long-term plan will, I think, is worth us considering in our long-term plan. So I would much rather we took the approach that we originally agreed, which is we develop a community action plan, and that will be one of the actions that obviously somebody else could do that we can't. But it's all a little bit muddled, but I don't think I agree with this. I'd rather go with the alternate recommendation, because I don't think this spreadsheet's a good starting point for long-term plan conversation. It really just leads the community down a path of disappointment if we say, look at all these things we might consider doing, and then we have to go through and go, no, we can't afford to do any of that or much of that. So I'd rather it was a separate plan, but perhaps I'm misunderstanding.
Yeah, I think there might be a clarification that the GM can give us. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just emphasise that it's referring the engagement analysis to the LTP, not all of the actions. So, as an example, when we go out to the LTP, we get a whole lot of submissions asking us to do a whole lot of things that we receive, we summarise, we put to one side. Referring that analysis to the LTP doesn't mean that every one of those is going to be analysed in detail as part of the LTP, but over the next few months we will be having conversations with you specifically about the review of the Climate Change and Sustainability Plan. Really what we're saying is by referring that to that process, you're simply receiving those as community responses to the engagement. It in no way provides an obligation or commitment to the council to deliver on those. You may well say to officers during the review of the Climate Change and Sustainability Plan, hey, look, those 4 or 5 things, we're really out of that list, we're really keen to have a look at them. It's not an obligation that those are all assessed in detail. My advice is you receive the engagement analysis and refer it to the review of that plan, just like you would any submissions or other engagement process that we do.
Councillor Zabellan, to the amendment.
Yes, thank you. That was helpful. Just to clarify, I think, because the way I'm thinking of it is these two things are the same thing. As to progressing both parts, I think one's the first step of the process and the other is the rest of the process. So I think it's doing the same thing, given that if you're developing the plan, you are doing the analysis on that long list and filtering out what gets included and what doesn't. So I caution against thinking that they're two separate things. I think they're the same process. They're two separate parts in the same process. Yeah.
Councillor Dennison speaking to the amendment.
First off, while we're debating this, can we scroll up too so I can see the alternate? for the second recommendation? Just before I speak. Yeah. I think this is just a list of things, and even the engagement analysts, I just see this as like, why would you refer it to the long-term plan development process? I'd rather just refer it to the climate change and sustainability plan development, not have it in the long-term plan setting. Any one of us could go and highlight a range of these type of programs and just go, where is this going to fit in the long-term plan? So my view's not changed on that. And when we come into the second recommendation, it's, I feel like that's still part of the development of informing our process and attracting co-funding. I think that's more where we sit. And so for those reasons, I just really wanted to be clear on what the options were. Thanks.
Right, that brings us to the end of comment. Sorry, that was a bit messy. I'll just sum up, I suppose, as best I can. I actually think that those who are opposing this on the ground that they don't want the engagement analysis referred to the long-term plan development process are concerned about all of those actions, quote unquote, going into the long-term plan and then us having to fund them. And I don't think that that's what's being proposed at all. And if it was, I wouldn't support it either. What I understand is that the information we've got by engaging with the public will inform the review of the climate change and sustainability plan as we go through the long-term plan. So that's the first part. And the second part is, do we need a draft climate action plan that is a separate or a subset of the climate change and sustainability plan that would include community-led initiatives? And I think, if I sort of go back to what was intended with this whole process, the intention was that as a council, we have managed to reduce our own emissions quite reasonably. We have failed to reduce citywide emissions. We've recognised that and understood the need to go out to the community to say, what can community in the widest sense do to help us reduce citywide emissions? What actions could we support community to do rather than council doing? And I'm supportive of that. Do we need an additional plan to do that? I personally don't think so. I do want to see community-led initiatives highlighted though, because I think that's relevant. So I think in the end, we do kind of all want the same thing. None of us want, well, I don't think anyway, none of us wants council to be spending a whole heap more on climate change work. We do want community to get involved, and we want to facilitate community doing some work on climate change. So I think that in that sense, we probably all agree. But I just think the interpretation of the officer's recommendation and to some degree the amendment seems to be quite variable depending on how you read it. But certainly my read of it, and I think from the GM's explanation, is not that this whole list would be included somehow in the long-term plan to be funded and actioned, absolutely not. But that the suggestions will be considered as the review of the climate change and sustainability plan was put together, and then we would ourselves decide if we were happy with it, and then we would consult on it before we would accept it. So it's a long, long way from, it's not at all similar to, you know, let's refer this amount of funding to the long-term plan. No, not at all. So I don't know if that's helped or hindered. Councillor Nelly, you can't come into the queue at this point because that was the right of reply. So look, we'll vote on this one. If it fails, we'll go to Councillor Zabelin's alternative number 2, which you've all had a look at. Okay, let's just vote. Thank you. And that has failed. 6 votes for and 7 against. So we'll That's interesting. Pardon? Yes, I'm aware. Okay, so now we will go to Councillor Zabellan's alternative, which is that the Chief Executive continue to develop a focused citywide climate action plan, including the articulation of local co-benefits and the identification of projects that may attract co-funding to inform the LTP process. Councillor Bellan, do you want to speak to that?
Only very quickly, that wording is almost identical to the wording in the long-term plan action that we're already progressing, except to say on the end to inform the LTP process. The purpose of the plan was that we could identify the key risks to the community, to their properties, to their livelihoods in various scenarios, and then lay out that direction of travel for mitigating that risk and adapting to it in a way that any person could grab it and understand. We committed to producing one, we've done the first step, and we've had substantial engagement on it, so I don't see why we wouldn't push forward and get it done. It's an existing action. I'd like to see it completed. I'd really appreciate your support. Thanks.
Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm very much in support of this. I just want to check, should this fail, because the last one was quite close, is it possible to move the original substantive recommendation again? Otherwise, we'll have no recommendation on the table.
Just let me take advice. So the advice is that if this fails, we can just put up a motion to receive the report, and that's the end of it.
Okay, thank you. I'm happy to support this one, and I really do hope we get this across the line.
Councillor Naylor.
Thank you. I'm happy to support this recommendation and do think it's a bit clearer in terms of its intent. And I also do support the inclusion of identifying projects that may attract co-funding, and I think that's an important part of why I'm supporting it. So, I mean, in many ways it's not completely different to their previous recommendation, but I think it is much more clear in the sense that what it is we're wanting to do.
The Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I do hope this gets across the line as well as other colleagues. To give those that are probably still a little bit doubtful, give you an understanding, things like the Meridian Wind Farm would be in this category where we're not doing that work. They are funding it, but we're a partner because we're the consenting authority. So, I mean, there's all sorts of, those are the sorts of things that would be in it, but it still needs to be in the process somewhere. So I hope that you can sense that we've got to have something, and it really is not trying to open up the LTP to a big wish list, which we know will be under pressure from day one.
Councillor Spellin, do you want right of reply? Okay, we'll vote on the recommendation in front of us. Thank you. And that is carried, 12 votes for and 2 against. Okay, Councillor Zabellan, sorry, Councillor Carew, you want to change your vote? Okay, so you want to vote for. I think it recorded you as for. Did it not? You got Councillor Carew's vote on there? Yeah, it recorded you as for, Councillor Carew. Thank you. Okay. We've just got a couple of short items. I think we could press on if people are happy to do that. Okay. So next item is item 13, which is the Palmerston North Alcohol Control Bylaw, section 155 determination report. So I'll invite Stacey Solomon to present the report. Kia ora, Stacey.
Ahia he Mārie, kai kanihira, kurumatua. This is the section 155 determination report for the Palmerston North Alcohol Control Bylaw. This report is largely procedural. The decision you have to make on this issue is whether or not you want to continue to have a bylaw for alcohol control purposes. So effectively, whether you would like to continue to have a liquor ban in the city that's enforced by the New Zealand Police, or not to have a bylaw at all. You'll see we're recommending that a bylaw approach continue, and that if the council were to agree to continue this approach by making the determinations in the paper, our next steps would be to work at some pace to complete the whole of the review process before the middle of next year, when we would hope to have a new bylaw adopted. Hia Manahi Pātai, happy to take questions through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Councillor Barrett.
Thanks. Just briefly, just a question on scope. It seems that the current bylaw really focuses on the city centre. Are there any controls in the neighbourhood centres?
No, not at the moment, not in the current bylaw.
And when, assuming this goes to review, will that review kind of be a whole of city scope, or will it only be city centre?
We will be able to draw in through that early engagement approach that we usually do through a normal bylaw process to consider other areas to be brought into the controls, so to have a liquor ban apply.
Correct.
The caveat for that would be that the requirements in the Act for the council to add a new area to the liquor ban do place a significant obligation on the council to justify those areas being added. So
Cool.
we would be looking to be quite precise in where, when, what for.
Great, thanks. That's helpful to clarify, Madam Chair.
Thank you. There are no further questions, Stacey, so thank you for your report. So I'm happy to move the recommendations that the committee determinations required under section 155 of the Local Government Act 2002, that a bylaw is the most appropriate way to address the perceived problem relating to the possession and consumption of alcohol in public places and the bringing of alcohol into public places in Palmerston North. A standalone bylaw is the most appropriate form of bylaw. A bylaw will not give rise to implications under the New Zealand Bill of Rights Act. That the committee determine it is satisfied as required under section 147A of the Local Government Act 2002, that the bylaw can be justified as a reasonable limitation on people's rights and freedoms, that there is evidence that the area to which the bylaw is intended to apply has experienced a high level of crime or disorder that can be shown to have been caused or made worse by alcohol consumption in the area, and that the bylaw is appropriate and proportionate in the light of that crime or disorder, and that the Chief Executive prepare a revised alcohol control bylaw for further consideration by the committee. I'll look for a seconder. Councillor Barrett. Is there any comment? No? Then we will go straight to the vote. Thank you. And that is carried, 13 votes for and none against. Our final item is the committee work schedule on page 245. And I'll pass over to the General Manager Planning in case there's any comment to be made. Thank you.
No specific comment, Madam Chair.
Okay. Are there any questions on the work schedule? The only question I have is when are we expecting to have some precise dates on the Summer Haze and social housing developments? They're all down as TBC at the moment at the end.
sure. Mr. O'Connor, not sure whether you, sorry, Glenn, sure whether you heard that question about the dates for the summer haze. I suspect the answer is going to be post the upcoming workshop on social housing.
Thank you for that introduction, and yes, I was reading my emails. That is correct. It'll be after the upcoming workshop.
Which is in April.
I'm getting a nod from beside you, so yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, there are no further questions. So I'll move that we receive the work schedule at March 2026 and look for a seconder, Councillor Zabellin. And we'll, well, I guess I should open up. Is there any comment? No. Right, we'll vote on the work schedule. Thank you. That is carried, 14 votes for and none against. So that brings us to the end of the meeting, and I'd like to ask the Deputy Mayor if she's happy to do the karakia for us. Thank you.
Tēnā koe, Madam Chair. Yes, certainly, and thank you, everyone. Kua mutu tā tātou mahi I tēnei wā. Our work is finished for this moment in time. Noho ora pai koutou, stay well. Noho ora tinana hinengaro, whānau, may you remain safe, happy and blessed with your families, with your work and all that is in front of you and all of us. Me te hāpori hoki in our community, nō reira, ko tēnei a tātou, inoi a tātou, hia, haumi e, hui e, tā eke e. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Mayor.